just the microphone on your right. If you know anybody, if you come across anyone who's ever remotely interested, promote it. Be the advocates for the foster care service and for the care and the love that they can give to the children in our care. Thank you. Okay. So, I'm now going to formally open the meeting. I'm going to start with apologies for absence. At the moment I've got Councillors Clist, Davis, Gent, Tildesley and Rake. Is anyone aware of any others who are not here and are giving apologies? No. I can see, is Councillor Connett in the building? He's on his way. Okay, thank you. Okay, so here he is. I did. Ta-da. Okay. Okay, so before I go any further, I actually just want to cover a little bit about hearing, which is probably in all of my notes, but I'd like to start with that. We all have our microphones. We have a new microphone system today that we'll see how it goes. For my money, it's working fine, but I don't know what it's like for all of you. When it comes to items where you have an opportunity to make a comment or to speak or ask a question or whatever, please make sure that you attract my attention or Councillor Dawson's or the Chief Executive, and that will be passed down to me, and I will take those in the order in which I get them. My intention is to make sure that everybody gets a fair crack of the whip when it comes to speaking and reflecting the views that you are bringing to the table. But more on that. But I hope that the new microphone systems work. First of all, can I check? Can you all hear me? Lovely. Thank you. If at any time you can't, please wave and make me aware. Okay, thank you. Anyway, I'm going to move on to agenda item 2, which is declarations of interest. So, members of the council are reminded to declare any interests that they may have prior to any discussion taking place on that item. Does anyone have any declarations of interest that we're not yet aware of? Councillor Stuart Rogers. And you need, yes, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I've raised the question about post offices and postmasters. I'm a postmaster myself, so therefore I'm declaring a declaration of interest.
I'm sorry, you're actually going to have to speak more directionally into
Can
this.
you hear me now?
That's great, thank you.
So I'm a postmaster at Ashburton Post Office. We are talking about post offices today, so I'm declaring a declaration of interest as a postmaster.
Is the monitoring officer happy with that?
So, yeah, absolutely fine. You're not going to be voting and making decisions. We've already got logged on your interests, but we'll log it and note it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. Any more? I've got one here from Councillor Cox.
I'm Chairman of Trustees of HITS Food Bank. We get money. We get food from supermarkets. I think that's a personal interest, but I think I ought to declare it.
I think the rule is, if in doubt, better to declare than not. And the monitoring officer is happy with that. Anybody else? Okay, thank you. So, agenda item 3, minutes. So, is the council agreed that I signed the minutes of the meeting held on the 22nd of May 2025 and the special meeting about the honorary alderman that was held on the same day as a correct record? Okay, I'm going to ask you actually all to raise your hands if you agree. Lovely, well that's certainly a majority, if not unanimous, thank you. Okay, bear with me. Okay, thank you. So, moving on to agenda item 4. I'd actually like to start by wishing Councillor Stuart Rogers a very happy birthday today. And and you may notice that there are a bunch of cakes thus, which have been provided by Councillor Rogers, really in support of the principle of debate, not hate. And I think I can extend the thanks of all councillors to Councillor Rogers for that. Thank you very much indeed. And happy birthday. Okay, so moving on to my script. Okay, I do have a number of announcements to make today. First is a huge congratulations to Carolyn Haig, our Principal Occupational Therapist, who was recently awarded the MBE for services to occupational therapy in adult social care. Caroline has been instrumental in promoting the vital contribution of occupational therapy in adult social care at a local, regional and national level. As Principal Occupational Therapist, the Chair of the National Principal Occupational Therapist Networks, Caroline supports the development and delivery of the first occupational therapist degree-level apprenticeships for occupational therapists in adult social care. That is certainly something to congratulate her on, to celebrate, and I'm sure you would all join with me in congratulating her. Okay. A second congratulation goes to the Council's flood team, a project working to improve resilience to flooding in 26 communities across Devon, and they have received a prestigious national award, the Devon Resilience Innovation Project, which helps neighbourhoods to be better prepared for flooding and to recover more quickly, was presented with an award in the Surface Water Management category. This recognised the work to increase flood resilience in Stoke in Teenhead, including natural flood management, property flood resilience, community engagement, and a surface water flood forecasting pilot project. I'm sure that we will hope that all our communities who are vulnerable to flooding will watch with interest to see what can be learnt from that. This work was led by the Council, but with the support from a number of key partners: West Country Rivers Trust, JBA Consulting, Kisters, University of Exeter, and the University of Plymouth. The Council was awarded highly commended in the Large Employer of the Year at the Exeter College Apprentice and Employer Awards 2025, held at Sandy Park a little while ago. The award celebrates the Council's successful apprenticeship programme and the Council's partnership with Exeter College. I would also like to congratulate Nicola Stock, Business Support Administrator, who was awarded Inspiring Apprentice of the Year 2025. What a great thing to be awarded with. Very many congratulations to her. The Grand Western Canal Country Park has also gained a 5-star Pride in Parks award. This prestigious award from the Royal Horticultural South West in Bloom showcases community involvement, as well as recognising the standard of the park itself and praising the team of rangers and dedicated volunteers that maintain the 11-mile-long canal. Judging took place last summer, and this latest award adds to the country park's accolades, which includes the Keep Britain Tidy Green Flag Award. The Canal Basin in Tiverton provides a range of facilities, including a visitor centre, cafes and toilets, and is home to the much-loved horse-drawn barge, which has been running passenger trips along the canal for over 50 years. I'm sure, again, you'd like to join with me in congratulating them. I also ask the Council to join me in saying a huge well done to Greg Neal in the Transport Planning team, who won the Best Paper by the Young Practitioner Award at the Transport Practitioners meeting. The paper built on the research he did for his Transportation Planning and Engineering Master's dissertation as part of his graduate programme. His paper, with the title Reflecting on 5 Years of Active Travel Funding, Challenges, Opportunities and Future Direction, looks at the way local government is funded to deliver active travel infrastructure. This national award is a fantastic recognition, so well done to Greg. And as a massive personal fan of active travel, I'm particularly thrilled by this. So I will pass on your thanks, your congratulations. And lastly, I have news that the Future Finance Project team have been shortlisted in the category Digital Finance Project of the Year at the Public Finance Awards 2025 for their brilliant work on Unit 4. I'm sure that the Council will join me in wishing them the very best of luck at the awards in November as they go up against 5 other projects. Good luck to them. Okay, so moving on to how we're going to run the meeting. Okay, can I remind members that if you wish to speak, I've kind of covered some of this already, but I'm sure you'll forgive me for repeating myself, that if you wish to speak, you need to catch my eye, even if you have given notice that you will be speaking, okay? Or indeed Councillor Dawson, or indeed the Chief Executive, and that will be passed on to me. Contributions should add to the debate and not repeat what has already been said. Members are asked to turn off the sound function on their laptops, I can see a few here, during the council meeting. Pings and notification noises can be quite distracting, and additional background noise makes listening difficult. And please speak clearly and directly into the microphone. You are all asked to stand when you speak, if you can. Okay. I would like to remind the public, and welcome to you, members of the public in the gallery back there, that both officers and members need to use laptops and tablets to access papers for the meeting. By way of a reminder, I would like to refer members to the communications you will have received regarding the audio in the chamber. Since the last meeting, new microphones have been tested in the chamber, and I think the audio quality has been improved. I hope you find that's your experience as well. We'd be grateful for feedback after the meeting about the audio quality. PAS, who are supporting us today, up there, hello up there, have created an instructional video that shows members how to use the microphones and hearing devices. There is an information guide with the instructions on how to use the microphones, and a hard copy of these instructions is available. These instructions are available in the chamber today. Members can be supplied with a loop device or an ear device or headset, which can be connected to the microphone unit with adjustable volume. As a reminder to everybody in the chamber today that this council has signed up to the Local Government Association Debate Not Hate campaign. So whilst debating and disagreeing with one another is a healthy part of democracy, there can be a fine line between robust challenge and unacceptable discourse. It's the right engagement that matters. If it's necessary to do so, and I sincerely hope that it won't be, I will call out any insensitive or ill-chosen language that I hear in the chamber today. In the same vein, disorderly conduct in the chamber will not be tolerated, and I have every confidence that all members and everybody in the room will be abiding by that. The Constitution lays out clear guidance for both members of the Council and the public, and I will revert to this if necessary. I hope in the spirit of debate, not hate, that we will have a cordial meeting with lots of healthy debate, which is really the lifeblood of these meetings. I also want to make it absolutely clear that hate speech, discriminatory remarks, or any language that targets individuals or groups based on protected characteristics under the Equality Act 2010 will not be tolerated in this chamber. If you're not sure what those protected characteristics are, I suggest Googling Equality Act 2010 protected characteristics. They're in law and they matter. Such behaviour not only undermines the principles of respectful debate, but may also constitute a hate incident or hate crime. If any such language is used, I will intervene immediately and take appropriate action in line with our Constitution and legal obligations. Okay? So, moving on, agenda item 5. So, this is important announcements from the leader and the cabinet members. In line with the cabinet procedures rules, the council can receive any important updates or announcements from the leader or the cabinet members that cannot reasonably wait. However, I'm not aware of any updates to be provided at the moment, so unless you indicate otherwise, let us move on. Okay, lovely. So we'll move on to agenda item 6, items requiring urgent attention. There are none. So we're rapidly moving on to agenda item 7, petitions, questions or representations from the public. So before we start the public session, I'd like to remind those attending and speaking today that comments, questions and representations should be factual. Statements should not include any personal comments or details of other individuals, including names. I refer back to my earlier comments that statements should not contain any offensive language or vexatious comments. If inappropriate comments are made, I will ask the speaker to stop. The total time permitted for this agenda item is 30 minutes. So, may I first of all, may I ask if any member of the public has a petition to present to the council? No? Okay, thank you. So we have 4 written questions from members of the public and 1 representation, and these have been taken in the order in which they were received. A copy of the questions and answers have been printed, emailed out, published on the website and circulated around the chamber. Can I ask each of the questioners to go to the microphone in the public gallery so that you can ask a supplementary question or the representation can be made? So first, we have a question from, oh, dear Lord, I hope I don't say this incorrectly, Femke Nijisi? I'm sorry, you're going to say that again.
Femke, yeah, it's on now. Femke Nijsse, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brazil has given you a written response to your question. Do you have a supplementary question you would like to ask us?
Yes, please. Thanks for the suggestion for organizations to consult with to involve children in active travel consultations. The challenge in involving children is it's difficult to reach them directly, and I was wondering if it would be possible to arrange a meeting to discuss the timeline of implementation of the new advice to make sure that children's voices are represented in proportion.
Thank you for your question. I'll ask Councillor Brazil to respond.
Yeah, thank you very much, Femke. And just to say that I'm absolutely sure that we can organise that meeting. And I hope you've seen within our strategic plan that we have put children centre place as a top priority. And so we very much want to be able to improve how we communicate with our young people here in Devon. So anything to help and support us do that would be much appreciated. So yeah, I'm happy to make sure that meeting is organised. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The second question is from Edward Pickering, and Councillor Hodgson has given a written reply. Does Mr. Pickering have a supplementary question, please?
Yeah, I do, thank you. I was glad that the councillor mentioned the E9 in her answer. I actually cycled along it today to get me to here, and I'd invite all councillors to walk, wheel or cycle along the E9 at some point just to experience a bit of decent cycling infrastructure. My question is, would the removal of a successful Active Travel England scheme after just 4 years, with no overriding reasons and no safe, suitable alternative, as has been proposed for the E9 Dryden Road scheme in Exeter, represent a risk to Devon County Council's Active Travel England's capability rating and future Active Travel England funding for the great schemes we've already described across Devon?
Thank you for your question. Councillor Hodgson, do you have a response you'd like to make, please? Sorry, I'm going to ask you to stand up. I'm terribly sorry.
Sorry, I'm just...
Yeah, apparently you can go like that and it can still get you, apparently. I'm terribly sorry.
I hope you can hear me.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you for your supplementary question. Thank you indeed for your first question too. These are very important elements that we're trying to get right with active travel routes. To do justice to your supplementary question, I'm actually going to say that I'm going to prepare a written response because we can get more detail in that and certainly look into the further questions that you're raising. I hope that will be acceptable.
Yep,
but certainly to say that we're absolutely on side trying to press for more active travel and recognising, as the earlier question looked at, there's the recognition of health and well-being, which is affecting communities everywhere. So thank you.
Yep, I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The third question is from Laura Horner, and Councillor Cottle-Hunkin has given a written reply. You're present. Have you got a supplementary question, please?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Would you like to go ahead with your
Thank
question?
you. Yes, as will become apparent, I just want to frame my question first. But
Okay, I'm sorry, you couldn't... Is it possible to move the microphone slightly...
Is that better?
Thank you very much.
Sorry, too short. I'll frame my question. I want to frame my question first, if I can, but I'll come to my question quickly.
It's really clear that this is for a supplementary question.
Yes.
So you can give a really brief
Yes.
introduction, perhaps only.
Yes. So in your answer to me, I'm very glad you'd referenced the equality, inclusion and diversity pages from the website, but I sincerely hope they were not actually written by DCC. Whether they were written by an external consultant or not, they're owned by you, the councillors, and they were very wrong before the Supreme Court decision, and they remain wrong today.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to butt in, but
Okay.
You'll have heard at the beginning of the meeting that we need to stick to factual things, and it sounds like you're making
All
a
right.
statement
Okay.
rather than asking your question. So could I ask you just to ask your question, please? Thank you.
The pages say that they are to use by equality, the use for equality impact statements written by this authority, so they touch every tenant of DCC services. They are...
So is this your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do the members agree that these pages are a disgrace? They should be removed immediately and replaced as soon as possible with oversight from the county solicitor rather than somebody who seems to prefer Stonewall law to the actual law.
So if I understand your question correctly, it's do we as a council agree that the pages are disgraceful? I'm going to ask Councillor Cottle-Hunkin to respond to that. Thank you very much.
Yes, I have
Thank you.
obviously more information, but I'm happy to discuss that. And I would
Okay,
ask you...
this is not the time, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, I'm saying, no, if someone were like to, councillor would like to have a meeting with me at another time.
I think if you
That's
wanted
part of
to
my
ask
question.
a question about to ask for a meeting, I think that's not your supplementary
Okay,
question, as
all right.
you've already asked that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I will provide a written response to that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So the fourth question is from David Endicott, and Councillor Jeffreys has given a written reply. Do you have a supplementary question, please?
Yes, I do. Okay. How has your best practice changed since the CAS review? What protection do you offer children from an ideology that encourages them to believe that they are in the wrong body? Thank you very much.
Okay, I will hand you over to Councillor Jeffreys to respond. Thank you.
Wonderful. Just to say thank you very much for your question, and I will provide a written response to that.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffreys. So next we have a representation from Jenny Dinsdale, who wishes to speak on gender dysphoria and safeguarding. Jen, yes, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here today to ask you to take urgent action to protect Devon's residents, our children in particular, from gender ideology, the idea that people can change sex. They cannot. Agenda item 10 today is the Council's strategic plan for the next few years. I urge you not to approve this and instead hold a meeting to discuss this issue in detail to ensure legal compliance and appropriate safeguarding. The plan states Devon is home to a visible and vibrant LGBTQ+ community whose presence and contributions enrich the social, cultural and economic fabric of the county, and commits the Council to strengthen engagement with LGBTQ+ communities and act as advocates for change, and to continue to measure against EDI measures and report progress to our diverse communities. The Equality Impact Assessment for this plan lumps together the protected characteristics, sex and gender reassignment, and adds gender identity, and says workforce development and safeguarding priorities include commitments to inclusive practice. Then, under the also amalgamated pieces of sexual orientation and marriage and civil partnership, it says, while not explicitly referenced, the plan's emphasis on inclusive communities and fair access to services supports the needs of LGBTQ+ residents and staff. HR policies and training are expected to reflect this. The CAS review is not even mentioned, nor is the April Supreme Court judgment in the 4 Women Scotland case. For those who don't know, this case confirmed that even a gender recognition certificate does not change a person's sex in law. Paragraph 203 of the judgment says, since it is in practice impossible for organisations to distinguish between people with the PC of gender reassignment who do and do not have a GRC, many organisations have felt pressured into accepting de facto self-identification. Unfortunately, many institutions have been similarly pressured for the last few years, including Devon Council. Many have been led to believe it's kind to enable this ideology. Even the AHRC was using the unlawful Stonewall understanding that so-called trans women who are men should be able to access female-only spaces, services, sports, and so on.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to wind up. You've got about 22 seconds left. Thank you.
The institutional capture was illustrated perfectly by NHS Fife in the tribunal heard in July. They had unlawfully allowed a male doctor to change in the female nurse's changing room because he said he was transgender, when a nurse complained she was treated horribly.
I'm really going to ask you to wind up. You're really at the end of your time now.
This and other recent cases are also particularly important in health, social care and education, which is all areas this council's responsible for.
Okay, I'm afraid you've now gone over your time, so I'm going to ask you to sit down now. Thank you. You've made your representation. Thank you. In the 3 minutes and a touch over. Thank you very much. Okay, so these meetings are ruled quite carefully about time, and you were very clearly given 3 minutes, and I understand that Democratic Services worked with you beforehand to make sure that you were aware of that. So that's the time that you get, I'm afraid. We've got you know, quite a lot of business to get through, and councillors are also bound by time limits as well. So we all have to abide by the rules. Thank you. So on that basis, I will be moving us on to agenda item 8, which is petitions from councillors. Does any member have a petition to present to the leader of the council? I'm not aware of any in advance. No, it looks like not. Okay, thank you very much for that. So I will move us on to, actually in the agenda, it was going to be members' questions now, but in discussion with the Chief Executive, we have come to the decision that the framework decision, the strategic plan, should come at this point, and that, yes, and that agenda item 9 will be taken after the break. Okay. So, agenda item 10. So, Councillor Bukowski and Kerry Denton will come down to the well in the front here. So just bear with for a moment. Okay, thank you. So, just let them get ready. Okay, sorted, lovely. So there is one framework decision today which requires approval of council as set out in the agenda. I call upon Councillor Bukowski to formally move the recommendations of the report and to formally present the item. And you have 7 minutes. James, thank you.
There we go. Thank you, Chair. Councillor James Bukowski, Cabinet Member for Finance and Public Value. Colleagues, let's begin with a truth that we all know. Devon is facing an era of challenge and a moment of opportunity. Our residents are feeling the pressure. Household costs are still rising. Public transport is limited and unreliable, especially in rural areas. Families are facing barriers to accessing early SEND support, mental health care and high-quality early years education. Affordable housing remains out of reach for many, especially key workers and young families. Digital exclusion continues to affect services, learning and employment. Some communities feel unheard, unrepresented and disconnected from decision-making. Health inequalities persist, with rural and coastal areas facing a 15-year life expectancy gap. Our young people need safe spaces, better opportunities and a future they can believe in. And yet, despite all of this, Devon remains a place of pride, of community and of potential. This strategic plan is our response. It didn't just appear, it is the result of extensive collaboration. All members were invited to a full-day workshop where over 80% of members attended, along with a follow-up session in August. Together, we have explored our values, our principles and our priorities for the communities that we represent. We asked, what kind of council do we want to be? And what kind of future do we want to build for Devon? Following this, further collaboration between members across the council took place over the summer to refine our vision, mission and priorities. Because without a shared vision, we risk being busy but directionless. Without a mission, we lose sight of why we exist. Without clear priorities, we spread ourselves thin and fail to deliver. This plan gives us focus. It gives us purpose. It gives us a golden thread that runs through everything we do. And it's built on the voices of our residents. Over 2,500 people have taken part in the new Devon survey. We've heard directly from young people through the Devon Youth Council. We listened to feedback from every corner of the county, urban, rural and coastal. And what did they tell us? They want a council that listens. They want services that work. They want a future that's fair, green and inclusive. So here's what we're doing. We've set out a clear vision, building a positive future for Devon where everyone thrives. We've defined a mission that puts people first. Every child safe and happy. Every individual and family supported to live well. Every community empowered to shape its own future. And we've built this plan around 6 priorities that reflect what matters most to our residents. Positive futures for our young people, because every child deserves the best start in life. Supporting independence and dignity, because we must protect choice, control and respect. Continuous service improvement, because Devon deserves services that work and that work well. A green Devon for future generations, because our legacy must be hope, not problems. Economic inclusion and local prosperity, because fairness means every person and place can thrive. Stronger communities and safer places, because resilience and safety begin where people live together. The plan is practical, it's measurable and it's deliverable. It includes new commitments to improve SEND, youth services and care transitions, support for carers, community organisations and local businesses, investments in green jobs, digital access and affordable housing, a new performance framework to track progress and hold ourselves accountable. We know we must do more with less. Government funding has been cut and it will likely be cut again. But Devon doesn't back down. We adapt, we innovate and we lead. And I want to be really clear, this plan is not about politics, it's about people. It's not about headlines, it's about homes, health and hope. It's about the ambition that we have for our communities and the ambition that we have for Devon. So councillors, together, let's rise to this moment, let's deliver for our residents, and let's keep listening, keep improving, and keep building the Devon that we all believe in. Thank you, Chair. I would move the recommendations now or after the debate?
You can move it now.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the recommendation.
Thank you very much. And, okay, so I had somebody else down, but any member can second it. So that's noted. Yeah, lovely, thank you. So I'm now going to open up the floor to debate. So if any other member wishes to speak on this, Councillor Hodgson, I have you. You have 5 minutes each, and I will be keeping strict account of time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to James for, I think, a huge piece of work in a very short space of time. I'm really pleased to see that so much of the conversation and the discussion and the consideration of what seemed to be running around when we all went to Stover some weeks ago has kind of sort of formed this, underpinned this new plan. It does feel very different to my experience of being on Devon County Council for the last 8 years. And I think the distinctive difference is that what it's acknowledging is a bottom-up approach that recognises the needs in communities, what the community voice is, and how we can work more closely with our communities. Because quite frankly, with the way that money is going from government at the moment and the constant cuts, I think absolutely immoral from government, but we have to deal with what we're dealing with. Then I think this is a way forward that has been very clearly stated that it gives us hope, not future problems. We can't stop all the future problems, but we can at least try. And I think the delivery plan for this will start to outline how we can actually take those steps towards what I think are some really good working within those commitments and goals that are well set out. So I think it's a clear and easy to work with plan. And yeah, very pleased to second it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hodgson. Anyone else like to get involved in the debate? Oh, thank you. So I've got Councillor Sue Davis. Before you speak, can I just check if there's anybody else? Councillor Andrew Ledbetter, Councillor Michael Fife-Cook, Councillor Connett, Councillor Brazil. I'm hoping that Councillor Dawson is taking a note of the order, and Councillor Bell, was that a hand up? And also Councillor Edward Hill. Okay, we have 5 minutes each. So Councillor Davis, if you'd like to start, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will be quick. It's a very straightforward question. Councillor Brazil's foreword in the strategic plan tells me that every councillor has been consulted. So I would just like to know when and where specifically were my opinions taken. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And what I'm going to do is ask for maybe 3 questions, and then I'm going to ask the relevant cabinet member to respond. Okay? Thank you. So who's next? Councillor Ledbetter. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you to the administration for presenting this. Like that? Is that okay?
Lovely, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, yes, obviously a document that has bits that we can support. I agree with the comments already made. Whilst we might have been consulted, we haven't written this. It's very clear it's been written by the administration. It's your plan moving forward. As I say, agree with some of it, because it's building on the things the Conservatives did in the last administration. Certainly a lot of the work in the children's section were things that I started when I was Cabinet member. So there is good, but as I say, very clear that it's your piece of work. So whilst we're not going to vote against it, we feel we can't support it. As I say, it's your work. So I'll be calling for my group to abstain on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ledbetter. Can I ask Councillor Fife-Cook, please, if you could get going? Thank you.
I think we've lost an opportunity here. I was hoping, when I first came here, that we would possibly shine. I don't see this report shining. I said last night, I think this needs a lot more work, and I think in honesty, you should have asked all of us, not said that you had asked all of us when clearly you haven't. And I'm disappointed. We need something to reach forward to for the next 4 years. How can we reach forward with this when we've had no input? If you have such faith in this plan, I ask you to take it off the agenda. Hold it in front of all of us. You know, some of us might have different ideas than you. We're supposed to be working together. It's supposed to be a corporate body. And I don't see a corporate body in this. I see a direct plan that really is not the way that a lot of this council wishes to move forward. That's all I need to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fife-Cook. James, would you like to respond to those three at this point, please?
Thank you, Chair. Simply the claim that members have not had the opportunity to be involved and shape the strategic plan simply doesn't stand up to the facts. All councillors were invited to the Way Day at Stover on the 26th of June, where I would know 80% of members did attend, and this is where we drafted the vision, values and priority themes. The full output from this day was circulated to every single member afterwards, with a clear invite to engage further with any ideas or concerns. Then on the 23rd of July, the corporate plan for the current year, which is directly linked to the strategic priorities, was debated at Cabinet, and there was an opportunity then for all members to speak and to be involved with the debate. On the 4th of August, we held a all-member workshop to refine the 6 priority themes, and substantial feedback was received during that workshop. And again, the full output was circulated to every single member afterwards, with a further invite to engage further with any ideas or concerns. Many members across the council have engaged, and I am grateful for that engagement. They provided excellent feedback and ideas that helped form our ambition and shape the plan. On the 22nd of August, the full draft of the document was sent to every group leader and independent member, 5 days before publication, with a clear invitation to raise concerns or suggest any changes. At this stage, it was clearly prudent to liaise and engage directly with group leaders. I cannot comment if they have liaised with their groups. No concerns, alternative ideas or objections were received. In fact, again, a number of colleagues from across the council expressed their support. And finally, council papers were published on the 27th of August, well in advance of today, the 4th of September, giving every member ample time to review and prepare and ask for clarification before the meeting and ask questions, debate, and if they wished, put forward alternative proposals at today's meeting. So, Chair, to claim members were excluded or not involved is simply attempting to create history, and frankly disappointing that there is an attempt to shift the narrative away from the clear ambition and vision being shown by councillors across the council that have engaged with the production of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So next I'm going to call on Councillor Connett, followed by Councillor Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I very much welcome the strategic plan. I welcome it for a number of reasons. We all know that government plans over the next few years may result in this council disappearing and new structures in local government. It would be easy to sit back and say, let's just spend the next 3 or 4 years biding our time. But actually, this is a refreshing, bold and innovative plan which shows that we as a council are determined to deliver for the people of Devon. And in that respect, Chairman, it would be easy for me to stand here for the first time in goodness knows, 16 years as a member of the administration and say, well, look, the last administration failed. But in truth, they didn't. The last leader, Councillor Hart, for the length of that time, and the administration invested heavily in the economy of Devon. I would argue that it may not have been in all the right places that I would have liked, but you can point to things that this council has done. And so I would reach out to the leader of the Conservatives and my Conservative colleagues on the council and say, now is not the time to be standing back. I think now is the time, especially because of local government reform, to be stepping forward. And I would invite the leader of the Conservatives to think again, and even if he has to hold his nose with his colleagues, support the strategic plan, because it's about Devon for Devon. We heard this morning such moving testimony from Lee Strange of the Devon Foster Carers Association. Who could not have been moved by the work that they do? The Cabinet member talks about this plan having children front centre, as it does so many other vital aspects of Devon's life. We serve 850,000 people. We spend a budget of 1.9 billion. The mission on page 22 is clear about the intent, not just of the Liberal Democrat administration, but of the council to deliver for Devon as a whole. Why would we collectively as councillors therefore not set our faces to that massive goal? It is better to try and deliver than stand back and say, well, we never liked it anyway, it was never one for us. There are words here about the massive work to be done in highways, an issue we all know our constituents are concerned about. There is a job here to be done in terms of delivering what we always call affordable housing, but ought to be called council housing. The thing people want. There is a housing crisis in this country. This plan addresses it. More importantly, there is also the annual report coming back to council, being published to say what's been done, what needs to be done. An administration, a council that will hold itself to account to the people of Devon. Nationally, Chairman, whatever we think of the government, there is something about the mood for the agenda for renewal and change. In Devon, despite having money cut by government over many years, this council is not about sitting still. It's about moving forward and taking the people of Devon with us. I support the plan and I commend it to all councillors. This isn't about party politics, it's about the people of Devon, and it's about a new council that they elected to work together. And many members on different sides of this chamber have said that's what they want to do. Now is the moment, now is the time, now is your opportunity to vote and do the very thing you said you wanted to do. Vote and support the strategic plan. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Connaught. If I could ask Councillor Brazil, please, just to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Caroline. I'm hoping, Sue, that James has answered your questions there. You might not like them, but, you know, no, fair enough, but, you know, that he's covered that. Just on to Andrew. Look, can I first of all say thank you for recognising the bits that you do agree with, and that's great, and I think that shows a way forward, and I will reciprocate that by saying thank you for absolutely the things that you started and you put in process. I'm very proud of the strategic plan. I said when I became leader of this council that my top priority would be children, and I think that, you know, left, right, centre, the strand of putting children first in our strategic plan is quite clear to see. And I hope that whatever people's views are on maybe some of the details in it, that we can all agree that. And I say to Michael, look, I understand your frustration. I've been where you've been for many years, or I was, not now. And what we were asking for you and looking for you is constructive engagement. So where you think we've got it right, you know, don't be shy, say we think that's correct. And where you think we've got it wrong, let us know. And if you've got your own new ideas and good ideas, let us know as well, because we are open to them. This is a dynamic, living document that will evolve during the time of this administration. And absolutely, I want you to feel that you're part of it. I appreciate that at the moment you may feel that you've been excluded, and I'm sorry about that. I think we have tried to be inclusive, and maybe we could have done it better. But, you know, I think we're always learning, and so if there are constructive points that you want to raise with us, absolutely we are open to them and we will listen to it, because I hope that, like I said, at the end of this administration we can all look back and say, and pick particular issues and say, yes, you know, we all agreed with that, or that was our idea. You know, we're not precious, or I'm certainly not precious about, if it's a good idea, it doesn't matter where it comes from, it's a good idea. And I hope that you take that at face value. So I hope members will support this. I'm not going to tell members of other parties. I mean, I find it hard enough getting my own party to agree to things, so I'm certainly not going to go around telling other people, other parties how they should vote. But I hope that you can see that this is done in the spirit of collaboration and inclusiveness, and that you do feel that you were able to support it, if not all of it, but the majority of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brazil. If I can move on to Councillor Bell, followed by Councillor Ed Hill, please.
That one, yes. Thank you, Chair. First, absolutely love this document. I fully support it. It's wonderful. There is one area that I've been approached on since this document's been published publicly by a number of carers, and as Councillor Brazil says, this is a living document. There are, in northern Devon, and I can't speak for the entire area, 660 adults living with long-term conditions. And I would like, although I see threaded throughout this document is support for young people with long-term disabilities, the adults with long-term disabilities they have parents, they are an ageing population with ageing parents. We are moving into something of a crisis in the next 10 to 15 years, where there are people in their 50s who cannot support themselves, who will need further help. I would be grateful when we are treating this as a living document if those people could be worked into it. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Hill.
Hello, Chair. I would like to draw the attention to the public speakers that spoke of the High Court ruling on two sexes. I just don't want to vote for something that hasn't been considered. They've set a precedent in the High Court, and I just wonder to what extent this ruling in the High Court has been considered in this plan. The speakers that spoke from the public gallery earlier did raise some points that I hadn't considered earlier, and I just wonder to what extent that particular High Court ruling has been considered across the board.
Okay. Thank you for your comment and question. So before I come back to the Cabinet member, any other comments? Councillor Julian, and any others? Scanning the room. Nope, that's it. So, Councillor Julian, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I haven't been consulted about this, even though we went to the meeting at Stove's meeting. I certainly wasn't asked to vote for anything in particular. But this living document, as the Cabinet has just mentioned, it's going to go on for years. I think we could actually vote on bits of it to see if we can all agree. So bit by bit that we could agree with it, as you quite rightly say, that it would be a good idea, rather than a blanket vote, because we couldn't blanketly vote for that altogether. So I think if we could do it stage by stage, if we can't do it today, we could have another meeting when we have the next full council. We can do it stage by stage when we've been notified. Because the other thing is, as the Cabinet member says, that we all have a chance to read what the Cabinet has said in their meetings. Well, I have to say, on my laptop, when I go to press on the to find out what they've said, you cannot get on it. So I do not know what they've been saying, and I feel that because I can't get on it, they can't tell me what it is. Nobody seems to know, especially in my case. I feel that we should do it stage by stage, Chair. Thank you.
Bear with me, I'm just going to need some clarification from officers on that, please. So bear with me.
Thank you, Chair. So the report does include the ability to make minor amendments. So if there are points that you want clarifying as we go through, or there's things change over time, you've got that ability within the recommendations to make minor amendments. So you can, so as time goes, yeah, it's a living document as the leader outlined.
So one moment, please.
I just wanted to clarify with Democratic Services, this document went out before it was published to the public. So it was published how many days ago publicly, and how many days before that, please, was it sent out to every councillor? Just so we can be clear how many days people have had to be able to read this.
The agenda is published 5 clear working days, so it was published last Wednesday, so 8 days in effect. The formal agenda was published. In terms of the other document being made available to members, that would have come from the service.
Can I check with our Cabinet member then, please? Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. It was sent to group leaders on the 22nd. So as I stated in my, my introduction, at that late stage, it was prudent to liaise and engage with group leaders, who I would naturally assume would then engage with their group. But rather than having 60 members all bring feedback, it was better for it to be collated through the group leaders.
Thank you for that clarification. There were certainly there was a question from Councillor Hill. And are there some other unanswered questions that you'd like to address at this point as well, please?
Thank you, Chair. I think the monitoring officer wanted to clarify a few points, if she could.
Thank you. I'll pass you over to the monitoring officer.
Sorry, there was a query, Chair, around current legislation. The report went through all of our normal governance checks, so that's finance, legal and HR, and it's compliant with current legislation fully.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so I'm going to draw this to an end, this debate. We've got a motion on the table to accept the recommendations in the reports, which has been duly seconded. I'm hang on half a sec. I'm getting some guidance here.
Yeah, the Cabinet member needs to exercise his right of reply.
Oops. So I'm learning as well. So the Cabinet member, up to you for your right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to be absolutely clear. This strategic plan does not promote any form of LGBTQ+ ideology. The only reference are factual and proportionate. A brief acknowledgement of our diverse population on page 17, a short reference under the children's strategic priority on page 27, and the equality impact assessment on page 63. These references are not ideological. They reflect our statutory safeguarding duties. The Equality Act 2010 and the Public Sector Equality Duty, far from creating safeguarding risks, recognising the needs of LGBTQ+ young people, help us reduce risk. And Chair, finally, I just want to be really clear that this plan is a bold step forward, rooted in ambition and driven by hope. It does reflect our shared commitment to building a stronger, fairer and more resilient communities across Devon. It's not just a set of proposals, it's a vision for transformation, crafted with care, shaped by collaboration and focused on delivering real, lasting change. I'm sincerely grateful to all the members who did actively engage with its creation over the last few months. Yes, it's ambitious, but I firmly believe it's entirely deliverable and will be transformational for the communities we represent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. So, as no amendments have been raised during the debate, I'm going to move us straight on to the vote. So the recommendations are included in your report, in the papers. Is everyone clear what we're going to be voting on? So this is agenda item 10. For clarity, I'm happy to it's, I don't know if you've all got paper copies. For clarity, I will just read out the recommendations so you all know what you're voting on, okay? So, that Council, excuse me, A, approve the strategic plan 2025 to 29, which sets out the Council's vision, values and strategic priorities. B, notes the performance management arrangements to track progress and that outcomes to measure performance are being developed and will be taken to Cabinet for approval in November. And C, to agree to delegate authority to the Director of Performance and Partnership in consultation with the Cabinet Member for Finance and Public Value to make minor amendments to the strategic plan. So that's what we're voting on, okay? So I'm going to go straight to a show of hands for those in favour. Okay, I think we're just going to count.
People can keep their hands up, please.
And against? None, and abstain. Councillor Hill at the back as well. I don't know if you saw him.
Yeah, I've got Councillor Hill.
Okay, so that is carried. Thank you. So, thank you very much indeed for that. I am now going to... we were going to have a break, but seeing as we've been here for just over an hour at this point, I'm just going to use my discretion and move us on and try and get through the agenda a bit. So I am going to move us now on to agenda item 9, which is questions from members of the council. So there are 8 questions from members of the council to cabinet members. Questions and answers have been emailed out and published to the web, with some hard copies available in the chamber today. Supplementary questions should be brief. No statements, please, and please note that this item has a time limit of 45 minutes, and we have 8 questions, so that gives you a clue to the brevity that's needed. Thank you. So the first question is from Councillor Bailey, and Councillor Hodgson has given a written reply. Councillor Bailey, do you have a supplementary question?
No, I don't.
Thank you very much. Okay, question number 2 is from Councillor Rogers. Where's Councillor Rogers? There. And Councillor Cottle-Hunkin has given a written reply. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you have... yes, if you could keep this as brief as you can. Okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to thank the Cabinet Member, the councillors and the officers for submitting an answer to my question. My question is, can we work with the parishes who've lost post offices to understand the size and scale, the socio-economic impact of the decisions to close those post offices?
Thank you, Councillor Rogers, and happy birthday again. We'll have to take you out and do the bumps at the half-time. No, in seriousness, thank you for your question and for raising it. And I know you've emailed me separately on this issue, and I've found some statistics. So 14% of branches are the last shop in their area. 65% of SMEs use post offices regularly. Rural businesses depend on them, and government must rural-proof its proposals. Rural access must be explicitly protected and properly funded, and I would really welcome a meeting with you, as I know you have a lot of experience in relation to post offices, and my understanding is that the consultation closes on the 6th of October. I hope we can meet in the next few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So the third question is from Councillor Neil Stevens, and Councillor Hodgson has given a written reply. Councillor Stevens, I'm looking for you. There you are. Do you have a supplementary question?
Chair, no, he answered it, and I thank him for answering it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, moving on to question 4, which is again from Councillor Bailey, and Councillor Thomas has given a written reply. Does Councillor Bailey have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. I'd like to thank the portfolio holder for his response. I think I need some further clarification, and I would ask if the portfolio holder would meet with me, a representative of the parish council, the council's agent and Meg Booth to discuss further. Please.
Councillor Thomas, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Bailey, I was anticipating that as a supplementary, and I'd already spoken to senior officers and agreed that we would have a meeting with you as you request.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor 5 is also from, sorry, question 5, forgive me, is from Councillor Rogers, and Councillor Cottle-Hunkin has given a written reply. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. My supplementary question is, can we work with organisations like Age UK and others to understand the impact on digital exclusion and what Openreach need to include in their work to ensure those people aren't missed in our great county?
Councillor Cottle-Hunkin.
Thank you. Yes, I'd very much welcome the partnership working with other organisations to make sure that everyone across Devon is as fully protected as possible in terms of digital availability. And as part of my cabinet report, you might have noticed I attended a briefing from the Rural Services Network in relation to the digital switchover, and there's a lot of detail on this there. So if anyone wants to find out more of the detail, it will be available online. But I very much welcome working in partnership with various organisations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Councillor 6 is another from Councillor Neil Stevens, and Councillor Thomas has given a written reply. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. In that area, with 564 vehicles have been caught speeding in 1 year. Roger Hayne has been very proactive, but we need a system which is a bit more slicker to listen to the people who want the 60-mile-per-hour speed limit to be reduced. So we need to find an appropriate method where we listen to these people.
Councillor Stevens, I'm going to ask you to move to your supplementary question, please.
Okay, so the question is,
Thank
we look at the system we use to implement our road traffic so we can reduce the speed in a quicker system, and what it's applying now is 2 years to get a speed limit reduced.
Thank you for your question. I'm going to ask Councillor Thomas to respond to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, Councillor Stevens, thank you. And I fully appreciate that you look at the data, and the technical answer is that 564 means that 85% of vehicles are driving at the correct speed. But I fully appreciate that's of little consolation to the public, because the public always pick on, quite rightly, the 15% who are breaking the speed limit. So I'm perfectly happy, and this is an open invitation to all members, but to you as I'm speaking at the moment, I'm perfectly happy to come and meet you, meet local representatives, we'll look at the road, we'll talk to highways officers. That's always my first recommendation to any member, is talk to your neighbourhood highways officer, talk to local people, and if I need to come and get involved and offer some assistance, I will. The only caveats are always that we have to have the right and appropriate speed limits on the right roads. So we just have to bear that in mind. But I'm more than happy to come and meet you.
Thank you.
Chairman, as a point of order, and I appreciate I'm not commenting on the thing, Councillor Stevens raised a point on a road which crosses his boundary and mine, so if there's an opportunity to meet with a cabinet member, I hope that he will involve all of those members with an interest in that area. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you. So, I am going to move on to question number 8. This is another from Councillor Neil Stevens, and Councillor Thomas has given a written reply. Do you have...
No, first of all,
oh, sorry, that was... Oh, I'm very confused. Was that... I didn't tick. So you've done that one. Oh, sorry, Councillor 7. Okay, so Councillor 7, question 7 is from Councillor Rogers, and Councillor Cottle-Hunkin has given a written reply. So sorry. Oh, sorry, do you have a supplementary question to question 7?
Yes, I do, Chair. I'd like to meet Councillor Cottle-Hutton to understand how we can serve those communities who've lost their mobile post offices for cost constraints the council are facing, and find solutions to reach those people who deserve to be reached.
Thank you. And I know that we at Stover, we had a brief discussion over lunch about how passionate we both are about improving services for those remote rural areas. Anyone who knows me prior to becoming a county councillor, I campaigned tirelessly to try and save the mobile libraries. And nothing would make me happier than to find an innovative solution, working in partnership with other organisations to increase outreach of services to our remote rural communities. And I look forward to discussing this with you further. I think we'll have a lot to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now we will move on to question 8. Forgive me. This is from Councillor Neil Stevens, and Councillor Thomas has given a written reply. Councillor Stevens, do you have a supplementary question?
A very quick question. First of all, thank you, Councillor Thomas and the other councillor. We will work together in the future. On part of it, you said there was 2 consultations. My question is, are you aware that the constituents of that area took the consultation and went to the Ombudsman, and the Ombudsman took the side of the council, and they're still complaining their voice was not heard?
Thank you, Chair. No, Councillor Stevens, I wasn't aware of that. Again, we'll be having a conversation, so I'm sure you can pick it up with me. But I think what we do need to emphasise is that the most important part of the reply was that the reason why the specific works haven't been undertaken, you will note from the response, was because of community responses. So it's clear there's quite a lot going on there that we'll need to pick up together.
Thank you. So that finishes the questions from members. Thank you for that, everyone. So I'm going to move us on to Cabinet Member reports. So Cabinet members who are due to speak and report at this meeting, I'm going to ask them up in order to present their report, all of which have been presented or circulated with the agenda, so everyone's had a chance to read them. I'll then invite other members to speak next and then to ask questions on the content of the report and the presentation, and all Cabinet members will again get the chance to sum up and to, after all questions and points have been made by members. So I'm going to start with Councillor Keeling, who has written a report about important matters in his service of adult health and social care. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, this report before you is to inform you of the process of an ongoing inspection of this council under our Care Act responsibilities. The adult social care service staff have been preparing an extensive and detailed case to put before the Care Quality Commission inspection team. The CQC have already been talking with those we work with. This case shows the improvements on that journey to reduce waiting times, to find local solutions that promote independent living, to deliver on best practice and working with our budget. On the independent living, I have a lived experience. Apologies, just slightly lost there. And this experience was with my mother, who has the dignity now of independent living on her own terms. And I have also taken back to Teignbridge District Council and looked at what we can do with some joined up working with Devon County Council. And I'm pleased to say that we are using a brownfield site to accommodate some 67 apartments near a town centre to give those who would prefer to be independent with a little help for as long as they so wish to have an excellent quality of life. Colleagues, in the short time I have been in post, I have witnessed the passion and the pride the staff have in their day-to-day roles. This passion has some connection to you in your role as councillors. All of you put yourself forward to represent those residents, sometimes those unheard voices, those who needed help. I am sharing with you the professionalism and caring staff I have met on inspections, various meetings with 60 plus managers in July, culminating in a staff conference this week of over 100 frontline team managers. The staff are proud of their local connections and knowledge to improve people's lives within our community. I would like to thank all party engagement, including the Chair of Scrutiny's lens, on all the work the team do, the LGA, Partners in Care and Health. Can I say that this is a great opportunity to celebrate the adult social care in Devon and the impact that we're having on those that need our help. Chair, I and the Director of Adult Social Care are happy to answer any questions colleagues may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keeling. So I've got in line, I first saw Councillor Connett. Who's that? Councillor Bailey. Who else? Anybody else? No? Okay. Councillor Connett, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. A few weeks ago, I read in a local newspaper, and it may not be a story which I can rely on with accuracy, but basically some people who said that they were care workers working for an agency on behalf of Devon County Council implied or said that they had worked, for example, 12 hours but only received pay for 5, and indicated, for example, that they weren't paid for travel time. Chairman, my understanding is that Devon County Council does pay for travel time. I wondered if a Cabinet member could just reassure us what the situation is in order that all members are to kind of cited on what happens, because ensuring that we have adequate carers is important to us as a council. I wonder if you could provide some reassurance.
And I'm going to ask Councillor Bailey if you could ask your question now, and then the Cabinet member can respond to both. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Cabinet member for his report. And in that report, there is a section called Devon, Our Approach. And I'd also like to draw his attention to the one of the resolutions from our scrutiny committee on the 14th of July. That was to take steps to ensure the voices of individuals accessing adult social care, including those that are hard to reach, are meaningfully and consistently reflected in the development, monitoring and evaluation of performance indicators. My question is, what reassurance can the Cabinet member give me that the seldom heard voices are fully being taken into account in everything that we do? Thank you.
Thank you. I have two following this, but I'm going to ask the Cabinet member to respond to those first two questions. He's just clearly getting some clarification from the Director for Adult Social Care. Councillor Keeling.
Do you want to answer the first one? Yes. Thank you, Councillor Collett. I will pass to my colleague, the Director here, to answer fully with more detail on that specific that you've asked, and then I'll come back to Councillor. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Connett, for your question. We've been committed for a very long time to ensuring we've got a good workforce externally. We have a very effective contracts and quality team. We benchmark really well in terms of the rates that we pay our external providers, ensuring they can cover the costs of all of the needs of, it's not just travel time, is it? It's training, ensuring they get at least national living wage, etc. We can provide you with further details after this if you would like, but I just want to provide assurance that we work hard to make sure that our providers pass on what they need to their care workers. And I would say that we benchmark extremely well with over 80–90% of care providers rated good and outstanding by Care Quality Commission.
Thank you. And in reply to Councillor Bailey, I'd just like to thank her and her committee for bringing that up. And this is quite important. Those hadn't heard of voices, and rurality is one of our biggest equality challenges. And as you may be aware, for 17 years, our community health and social care teams on the ground, embedded, have been in coastal and market towns across Devon. I believe also that our Race Equality Action Plan is ensuring we are actively seeking and responding to those voices and share our work. Thank you.
Thank you. I have two others. I have Councillor Rogers and then Councillor Dawson on my right. So Councillor Rogers, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to pay respect to officers who've kept me informed as the elected member for Ashburton and Buckfastleigh for the live issues of a care home in my constituency. I appreciate they are responding to my queries as a member and helping me with the bigger debate of when the information is greater known. I have a second question about the CQC audit. And as postmaster, I'm proud to serve people day in, day out. And I'm grateful for the committee receiving emails about specific issues that consultant doctors are raising, at Derriford in particular, and the impact that could have on communities and adult and social care. So I thank the committee for receiving those questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. And Councillor Dawson.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the Cabinet member if there are any moves in plan, or if I could have a conversation with him about people who choose to find carers who used to use Pinpoint Devon, that was discontinued, I think, over a year ago. That would be really helpful if there is something in play. It'd be great to know. I do regularly get asked by people who are looking for care and needing care who are now unable to find it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to hand back to the portfolio holder. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Rogers, for your statement there. And please, if we've got any good news about our carers, please come forward as Councillor Rogers has and give a good shout for them, because we do need to shout for Devon. On Councillor Dawson's question, I'm very happy to meet with Councillor Dawson and officers to discuss this further. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other hands up for Councillor Keeling, I'm just going to thank him and Director very much and move to Councillor Cottle-Hunkin to come and present her report. Like with other Cabinet members, the report from the Cabinet member has been shared with the papers for this meeting, and I'm going to ask her to present. Apparently you've got 10 minutes, but don't feel that you need to fill them.
Thank you, members. As you will see from the report, the Cabinet role for rural affairs covers a very broad scope, from housing and farming to the environment, skills, public health, broadband, libraries and community wellbeing, to name but a few. The remit is vast, and so too are the opportunities to make a real difference. Our libraries, for example, are becoming vital community hubs, offering far more than books. They are safe spaces, learning centres and meeting points that strengthen local life. As a fifth-generation Devon farmer, so I suppose I declare an interest here as a farmer and also an NFU member, I know firsthand both the strengths of our rural communities and the challenges and frustrations of feeling overlooked or ignored. I believe the way forward is through genuine collaboration, working closely with organisations such as the NFU, Devon Communities Together and a wide range of other partners to build strong relationships and ensure every rural voice is heard. I will also do my best to keep all councillors informed on the issues and developments affecting our rural communities, and I hope you recognise that I've been trying to do that over the past few months, sending out lots of emails to all members. This is an exciting new role, and it's a first for Devon County Council. And I will work tirelessly to represent and champion our rural communities across Devon to make sure they are recognised, supported and valued. So I thought I would use this opportunity today to also announce the launch of our new Devon County Council Grant Fund, which is aimed specifically at young people. This new grant fund, named Places to Go, Things to Do, was designed in collaboration with Devon's Youth Council. It was designed by young people for young people and aims to support and kickstart activities, projects and schemes to enrich the lives of Devon's young people. £150,000 will be available and awarded via grants, typically from £500 to £1,000 and up to £3,000 for exceptional projects. I'm pleased to say the grant is ready to go and goes live tomorrow. You also have seen that I placed a notice of motion on today's agenda, a commitment to support Devon's farming community. On reflection, I will not be moving the motion formally as a specific agenda item, but instead I wish to address it now under this Cabinet report. Everything contained within that motion represents priorities I will continue to campaign for and champion in my role as Cabinet Member for Rural Affairs. I wholeheartedly support our farming communities and am deeply concerned about the emotional stress and turmoil being experienced by farming families here in Devon. At present, there are enormous pressures. The introduction of the family farm tax, as I'm sure you're all well aware of, the sudden closure of the Sustainable Farming Incentive earlier this year, the closure of the Farming Resilience Fund, and the impact and threat of unfair trade deals, all compounded by the ongoing challenges of climate change, extreme weather and disease. In relation to the family farm tax, the EFRA Select Committee recognises the severe consequences and has called for government to pause and rework the policy. The NFU has proposed an alternative clawback mechanism to government already used in other European countries that would protect genuine working farms while closing loopholes exploited by those purchasing farms solely for inheritance tax purposes. This is a fair and practical solution. It is vital that central government listens and recognises the consequence of its current approach. Failure to act will have disastrous implications not only for our farming communities and families, but also for national food security, our environment, and for the health and vitality of our rural communities here in Devon and across the UK. I have spoken with Councillor Henry Gent as Chair of Farms Estate Committee. He is unable to attend today, but is very supportive and will send a joint letter to Government Ministers and Devon MPs with me, highlighting the concerns that we have raised within the motion. I have no doubt that this will have the support of our new Council, and as such, I welcome comments from the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So, any comments, questions? Councillor Wainwright. Just let me note you down so I make sure I don't miss anybody.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. Could you just hang on till I get a list of people? So I've got Councillor Wainwright. I'm not sure which was first between Councillor Hodgson and Councillor Wilson. I'm going to go alphabetically for no other reason than one can. Wilson, and there was Councillor Connett and Councillor Hayward. Anybody else? Oh, Councillor Rogers. Any more at this point? So sorry. Councillor Julian. Any others? Anyway, you can put your hand up. Oh, yeah, sorry. Councillor Hill and Councillor Biederman. Okay, so each of you have an opportunity to ask a question, to speak to it. You have up to 3 minutes, but again, don't feel you have to fill all 3 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Wainwright.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to applaud the work of the Cabinet Member for Rural Affairs, and as Vice Chair of the Devon Farms Estate Committee, I would actually like to say that our Devon farmers, in the absence of what appears to be neglect from our national government to the needs that they have, I would very much hope that Devon farmers can look to local government, and in particular Devon County Council, for unanimous support for the request for specific letters of support for our farmers raised by our Cabinet Member. And thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you. I'm going to take this in threes, if that's correct. So I'm going to move on to Councillor Hodgson and then Councillor Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl. It's really good to hear the way your report reflects that roundedness of the rural community and particularly the needs. Two questions. One is the Revitalising Devon Towns initiative. And I see you've got 9 market and coastal towns across Devon being looked at the moment. I just wondered if there was any consideration of rolling this out further, because with the way that towns can work together, as was shown when there was a Devon Towns initiative back in, I think, 2002, 2003, it really brought people together at that very local level to work not only with towns, but also to look at that wider rural hinterland. I think it was quite an interesting piece of work, and it'd be interesting to revisit perhaps some of those other towns that did it and see if they could want to go again. And my other question is, we've lost the Rural Services grant, which is, devastating really for Devon County Council and absolutely outrageous. And I just want to say really, the work that you're doing now, will that be able to inform further pressure on the government to see if they can reconsider the fact that they're missing out on some vital rural areas, with missing out, not awarding us the level of grant that we deserve for the amount of rural areas that we have in this county?
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I want to thank the Cabinet Member for her report, and particularly for highlighting all the strategic and multi-agency work going into my ward of Ilfracombe. Your report shows that there's a lot of work going into tackling some of the many inequalities that Ilfracombe suffers from. But is the Cabinet Member also aware that the weekend minor injuries unit in Ilfracombe is now due for closure on the 7th of September? This is happening in a community that suffers from many health inequalities, and the closure, which is due, is causing a great deal of concern in the community, because the minor injuries unit serves not only Ilfracombe but Coomartin and villages around Ilfracombe. Many people do not have access to reliable public transport, so therefore taking a bus with children to the nearest A&E department in Barnstaple is not feasible and very difficult. So I wonder if the Cabinet Member would be willing to help me escalate investigating this closure, and with a view to hopefully turning it around and getting the service returned to Ilfracombe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. And that is sad news indeed. I didn't know about that. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. Councillor Cottle-Hunkin, I'm going to ask you, would you rather prefer to do these as threes and threes, or would you rather get to the end and do them all in one fell swoop?
Yeah, 3 is fine. Thank
Lovely.
you.
There you go.
In terms of revitalising Devon's towns, I was given extra detail that isn't included in the report. So it was Oakhampton, Ilfracombe, Bideford, Great Torrington, Tiverton, Axminster, Seaton, Teignmouth and Dawlish, which are the full list of the 9 towns with various priorities within them. But I fully recognise what you've raised, and that has been raised in passing. What we've talked about, actually, we've got far more than just those 9 towns. I believe we've got 28 market and coastal towns across Devon, and I would very much like to consider how we can work together with all of those towns, not just the 9 that have had that focus presently. Thank you. And also in relation to the Lost Rural Services grant, we've already started lobbying. I think there was a copy of some of the letters that have already been sent to central government raising those concerns of that lack of rural funding and the lack of understanding of rural areas, and that need and that real need to fund us properly so that we can provide for our communities in the best way. And as part of that, we do need to come up with innovative solutions that we can present to government to make sure that we get that funding. Thank you. Oh, another one, sorry. I'm new to this, if you didn't realise. Councillor Wilson, I've been informed that the MIU at Ilfracombe is already on the agenda for Adult and Care Scrutiny Committee meeting on 22nd of September. Is that correct, Councillor Bailey?
We've been pushing for a full report on it. I think there'll certainly be something on it. Whether it's a full report, I don't know, because we haven't seen the papers yet.
Thank you very much. So that would be a great opportunity for you to attend and put forward exactly what we can to make sure that it's investigated properly and do what we can for Ilfracombe, and I'll be very happy to meet with you to discuss that further. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So moving on to the next 3, I'm going to ask first of all Councillor Connett, followed by Haywood, and followed by, I said Rogers. Okay. No S, didn't get it. So, Councillor Connett first, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. May I thank the Cabinet Member for a very full and informative report, entertaining, especially some of the pictures. In particular, the Household Support Fund is mentioned, and the support that it was used to provide for families where they're eligible for free school meals, which led me on to the fact that the Council is in a programme of auto-enrolment. Other councils have done it. And the great advantage is that all children who would be entitled to free school meals but not claiming them, get them. Schools obviously get the pupil premium, and families get the benefit of the free school meals. How is Devon's work on auto-enrolment progressing? Because I am mindful that the ambition was to ensure that we'd done the auto-enrolment so that for the October census, we had as many people down as possible in that. I'm happy to take a summary reply now and a more detailed written response at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Connett. So, Councillor Haywood, where are you? Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Rogers, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the Cabinet Member for raising the report, presenting the report, but can we not forget mental health? I served a farmer yesterday whose mental health was really affected. Can we connect help on Dartmoor and within Devon to mental health agencies that are out there to support those people? I welcome your budget that's available, and I really, really appreciate that. But we've got to appreciate Clark, Tyne and Parish and Town Councils. I missed out on a Town Council budget because Clark didn't have time of £60,000 for a play park in my district ward. We have to give Town and Parish Clerks the tools they need to get these fund applications in, because we are missing opportunity with money that's available. I want to thank Councillor Morgan for bringing the Dartmoor National Park Have Your Say survey, and I encourage every member to fill that in. Most people go to either Dartmoor National Park or Exmoor National Park, and they're so important for the future of Devon, and having your say is really important. And my final question is about the Household Support Fund. I thank colleagues in Devon for making that fund work. I had a case in Teignbridge at the District Council. A 75-year-old woman was washing her washing in the bath because her washing machine broke and she couldn't afford a washing machine. The Household Support Fund has helped that 75-year-old lady get a reconditioned washing machine through a Devon Recycling Centre. We have to recognise people who don't think anyone recognises them. That's my final point.
Thank you. And I'm actually going to ask Councillor Julian if you'd like to make the last of that 3, and then the last couple after that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for Cabinet to bring up farming. And as you know, that Devon is a holiday place as well as farming. And as me being a farmer, and I know that the Cabinet members are farmer as well, it is important that food security, we're slowly losing our land, okay? It is important that we keep our food, and we also want to make sure that we hopefully steer away from absolutely dead straight cucumbers and everything. We could have wobbly food and everything, the wonky food of everything. That should be in the shops, just there for people to eat. We used to eat all that. It is food to have. As for waste on the farms, when you've got some of the agriculture there, I mean, it's because the supermarkets really don't want wobbly stuff and they want all perfect food. In the world that we live in, nothing's perfect. It is just ordinary food, and we should embrace having all these different shapes and sizes and everything, because my wife actually goes to the supermarket and buys all these wonky things because it's cheaper to have. So we really want to encourage people to have this sort of thing. And for food security, for this country, we've got to make, you know, we can't put houses and solar panels and everything, we can't take that all down and say, oh, we're going to have some more land and we can start farming again. Once it's gone, it's gone. We can't create land anymore. When it's finished, it's finished. So we do need to look after our countryside. And if we've got lovely countryside over here for the farmers and everything, it does encourage everybody else to come down here that's on holiday to have a look at our wonderful land that we've got in Devon. So it is important, and these issues are important. It might sound a bit flowery to you, but I find it's very important. I'm a beef farmer, and I have to look after my animals, which I do. Matter of fact, I'm soft as anything, really, because I have brushes in the middle of my fields so they can scratch on them. So that's how soft I am. But they love it. You know, it's important. Thank you very much.
Sorry, you've just got about 30 seconds left, okay?
Oh, right. No, I just want to highlight that please take this on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Councillor Julian. So, just handing back to Cabinet Member to come back on those. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Connett, in relation to the auto-enrolment, fully agree with you. This is a really brilliant step forward to improve lives for our young people and also supporting the schools as well. I'm told that we're progressing well with the auto-enrolment, and the full intent is to meet the October census. And it would take officer input to provide a more detailed response on that, if that's okay. Thank you. And then in relation to Councillor Rogers, I fully, wholeheartedly agree the mental health of our farmers is really, really important, and I did outline this as a section of the motion I'd initially put forward, which says that finally this council recognises the severe challenges faced by farmers around mental health and well-being. And I also added that we condemn the closure of the Farming Resilience Fund earlier this year, and we call for increased support and promotion of vital mental health and well-being services to ensure it reaches those who need it most. So that will form part of our lobbying of central government, and that is what I do intend to do, especially with the family farming tax. We know that we're told that it's coming, but not until April 2026. So I do really fear about what is happening between now and then, and that anxiety that has been created. So yeah, fully take that on board and agree with everything that you say. What was the other section?
This was Councillor Julian and a loss of countryside.
Food security, was that Councillor Robin Julian? Thank you. That, again, fully agree, and that was part of the motion and what we intend to include in our letter. Not just food security, but the quality of the food that is produced in this country, high quality and high welfare. And linked into that is the importance of fair trade deals for our farmers, and not to undermine British farmers. We must have a level playing field for our protecting our high quality food, welfare and environmental standards, ensuring that they're not undercut by cheaper imports produced to lower standards overseas. If I can answer any more questions, I think there are other questions within that.
Okay, I'm going to move on to, there are two people I've already got on my list to finish up the last questions. I will start with Councillor Hill, followed by Councillor Biederman. Thank you.
Hello, Councillor. I would like to thank you for bringing this motion. And you've just mentioned a couple of things that I wanted to speak about as well, and that is putting British farmers on a level playing field with the rest of the world. I've just come back from a vegan festival because my wife is vegan and she forced me to go along and learn about it. Something that I learned about while I was at the festival is that it's not a level playing field. The standards that we are allowed to import are much lower than the standards that the law allows us to farm animals in this country. So to give you an example, it is an offence to rear caged hens in this country, but we are allowed to import hens that have been reared in cages for meat production. And I don't think it's something that a lot of people, a lot of the public are actually aware of. There's also issues with pigs and foie gras and things like that. So obviously that's illegal in this country, but we can import it. So farmers need to be put on a level playing field with the rest of the world. We need to stop importing sub-quality food that is reared to lower standards and lower welfare standards than we are allowed to in this country. The second issue that I wanted to raise, that I don't know if you'll be aware of, is I served in the armed forces for 15 years, and in 2010 I actually started an investigation into the quality of food that soldiers are being fed. I discovered that none of the meat that is served to armed forces personnel throughout any of the catering providers is sourced by British farmers. So we join the armed forces to protect British interests, but we support the interests of foreign meat providers. Now, during the investigation that I was carrying out in 2010, I discovered that some of the meat that we were eating in our ration packs was from a slaughterhouse in Brazil that was banned for human consumption in the United States because of the levels of antibiotics actually in the meat. This was being fed to people in the British Armed Forces, and I just think that it's important that the public realise that public services like hospitals, prisons, schools and so on and so forth are being fed meat and other foods that are produced in other countries that just don't meet the standards that we demand of the farmers in this country.
I'm going to ask you to bring your comments to a close, please.
It's not a level playing field, and I just want to make everybody aware that British farmers are suffering at the expense of cheaper imports, lower quality and so on and so forth.
Thank you. And Councillor Biederman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Cottle-Huntington. Yeah, I mean, obviously we all fully support your passion and your commitment to the farming community, and thank you for writing this letter, because I think it reflects what Councillor Julian said, what Councillor Hill said. I think it's sort of, this is a cross-chamber thing. We are a rural community, and it's wonderful that we've got this going off to government, and together as a council we're going to support that. So that's fantastic. So just a couple of other little bits, and I don't necessarily want an answer now because I'm obviously rural broadband is vital. You know, again, farmers rely on it, our rural communities. But one thing that's come to my attention lately is that what seems to be the breakdown in mobile coverage across the patch. So if that's something that may be something that, I'm not sure if it's your committee or corporate infrastructure scrutiny ought to be looking at, but certainly when anybody's driving across Devon now, you'll suddenly see their mobile phone drop out a lot more than it used to. So just wondering if you could look at that going forward. Bit of a plug for family hubs, really, not you, but they are now all over Devon, different sorts of things. So obviously it'd be really great if members can visit their family hubs, understand the work they're doing, and obviously feed back into Cheryl or me as chair of Children's Scrutiny of how they're working in our rural communities, because they really are that link. So yeah, thank you to the Cabinet member and good luck in your new role.
Thank you, Councillor Biederman. Certainly as chair, one of the things that I do is I go around and I visit various different organisations, including last week with the Farming Community Network, and I'd concur with comments made about the severe issues which farmers are facing, including mental health, which I was told was the single greatest problem which they come across with farmers that they provide help to. So, Councillor, the Cabinet member will come back to you shortly. So, quick bit of organising going on down there. So when you're ready, thank you.
Sorry, I was expecting another question. Where am I going? That was Councillor Hill, wasn't it? Yeah. Thank you for raising that. I wasn't aware of those issues that you raised, so I really thank you for bringing that to my attention. And I would like to include that as part of our representation to make sure that we do fully consider that our public services, not just here in Devon, but across the country, should be meeting certain qualities and should, where possible, come from, be produced in Britain, supporting our farmers. We have got public food procurement policies, which, is part of the work programme of the Devon Food Partnership, who we host. So I can look into that in more detail, and if you'd like to have some more detail on that, get back to you. Thank you. And then we're going to Councillor Biederman, is that right? Thank you, Councillor Biederman. I'm not sure if you were at the briefing that we had, but we did have a briefing on rural broadband, and that is available on SharePoint. There was a lot of detail within that. And again, that would be another point of lobbying from us as Devon County Council. It's particularly shocking to find out that the national programme of Project Gigabit has 90% of its funding going to existing super fast speeds, which is unacceptable. What we need to be doing is getting super fast broadband to those who are currently on 2 megabits per second and getting them up to a super fast speed. To get people from super fast up to gigabit capable, I'm told that actually, I've got some statistics here, only 8% of those who are gigabit capable actually take that capability. The majority only take the 100 megabytes per second. Therefore, the impact is negligible, and I will be seeking an audience with the Government Minister, Chris Bryant, to meet and outline the failure to deliver for Devon's residents and the need to change that focus and priority, because it is holding Devon back. It's essential for the economy, but it's also essential for education of our young people who, as part of their education and schooling, need to have access to decent broadband. Anything else? But yeah, if any councillors would like more detail, there is a lot available that can be viewed on SharePoint. And we're also there, yeah, there's a lot of detail. So also piloting wireless solutions, and this needs to be piloted in areas which were removed from the airband contracts. There's also issues with the voucher scheme, which is paused and needs to be reopened. So that is something that we're well aware of and are working on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got one further question. Two further questions, and that is going to be it, no more. So, Councillor Fife-Cook, Councillor Bell, I've also just been told that some sandwiches are being put out outside, so I propose to, with Councillor Thomas's permission, to take a break after this item and then come back to you after 25 minutes or so, if that's all right. So, Councillor Fife-Cook.
Thank you. My question is why it takes so long.
Sorry, just, Councillor, could you speak into the microphone? It needs to be on and directed at you.
Right. My question has to be is, why is this taking so long? I remember being at a meeting, I was at that meeting too, and I remember back 18 years ago when we were promised broadband on Dartmoor. We were promised areas where we have no signal. What we've received is the telephone boxes have been removed and they're wonderful now as museums, but they're in areas sometimes where you can't get a mobile signal. This is an incredibly dangerous situation, not just for farmers, but for people who walk out in the wild, dog walkers, just use your imagination. The fact is that time and time again, we've been promised broadband, we've promised better communication, and it gets rather tiring being out there with all these promises and no delivery, either of the promises or the broadband. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, Councillor Bell.
I'll be very quick. Just to build on Councillor Wilson's point about regarding Ilfracombe MIU, could we also consider Bideford MIU, if some of the Bideford councillors could take that forward? That was closed around COVID as well, and that area of Northern Devon does suffer badly for not having it.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to hand you back to Councillor Cottle-Hunkin to conclude, and anything else you'd like to say, Councillor Cottle-Hunkin?
Councillor Fife-Cook, fully agree with everything you've said. There's so many frustrations and I'm being inundated with people who share that it's anger actually, anger that they haven't got the broadband that they've been promised. And yeah, so all I can say is that I'm new to this council and we're 80% new councillors and we will be fighting hard, and I hope we will be working together and lobbying for change on their approach and rolling out broadband and mobile signal. Thank you. And Councillor Bell, yes, that is also one for the Adult and Care Scrutiny Committee, as I understand it. Thank you, Councillor Bailey, for taking that. And I would also urge people to attend those meetings and make representation and make sure that you have your voices heard.
Thank you. Any concluding?
I just think that it's really apparent that we all really care passionately about this very rural county that we live in, and I really genuinely want us to be working together as a council, and I will do my hardest to make sure that everyone is informed and everyone can work to help their communities to their best ability. So I hope that you will all support me in everything that we're trying to do for our rural communities and make sure that they are no longer ignored by Devon County Council and we can do our best for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that's the first ever Cabinet member report from a rural services portfolio holder. So, because I'm not sure there's been one before, so that's fantastic. Thank you. Councillor Thomas has indicated he would like to do his member report now before we break for lunch, which keeps things on the agenda nice and tidy. So, Councillor Thomas, and I imagine you're going to be joined by Meg Booth And we have this same process for this one, okay? And then we'll break for some lunch. Thank you. If you'd just like to indicate to me when you're ready.
Colleagues, good afternoon. You've had a copy of the Highways report. I just want to run through very quickly some of the highlights for you, and then I'm happy to take questions with the Director's support. So you'll see at number 1 in the report, there is a reference to Cabinet back in June, a really important Cabinet where I moved 2 specific projects that affect all of us in our divisions. One is the pothole trial, which we are looking at 2 specific areas in the county, a trial which will start later on this month and run for 6 weeks. The principle being that frustration which you and I will have had either as returning members or indeed as members of the public before you were county councillors, which is what you see and what you hear from the public, the frustrations of a workforce going out and filling in one pothole, but possibly not filling in others that you would perceive to be road defects, which they don't have on their list. And there is a common sense argument that says that while the staff are out on the ground, it makes sense for them to be looking to fill in as much road defect as possible to ensure that in future we're not having to go back in short order, which is not cost effective, I don't believe. The purpose of the trial, from my point of view, is to prove that that's the case. But clearly we are dealing with public money and we need to make sure that we're acting prudently and sensibly. So there will be a 6-week trial in 2 areas that will look at exactly that and making sure that my presumption that that is better value for money is correct. So we'll come back to you when we know the results on that. At the same time, in that Cabinet meeting, I also asked for consideration to be given towards white lining. Specifically, I've been talking to officers about rural give-way markers, for example, where you will be aware that rural give-way lines are no longer a surface defect. There's quite a big backlog. My hope, in a perfect world, would be we can catch up. But obviously, that again is something we need to look at in terms of money involved. So those are some of the highlights from the Cabinet decisions back in June. You'll note at number 2 of the report, we have had some meetings. The one I'd like to highlight particularly is the meeting with the Minister for Future of Roads. That's a really important meeting that senior officers held, and I was glad to be able to attend as well. For those of you that weren't at June Cabinet, the reason why it's really important we're meeting with government ministers and explaining our case in Devon is twofold. One, I spend my life now telling people that you can get 1/3 of the way around the world on the county roads in Devon. Which I just find an astonishing statistic. And the second, rather more depressing set of statistics is that to put counties' roads into a steady state would cost an initial outlay of some £390 million. And then every year, for the next 5 years, it would cost another £102 million on top of that. We don't get £102 million a year from the government for the whole of the Highways Department, let alone, just worrying about roads. So I think we all in this chamber need to be constantly aware of the massive financial challenges that we have simply because we don't get enough money to start with. Now, jumping on later on at the very end of the report, you will see at item 6 that there is a piece on the fairer funding review, which is a bit of a heads up and a warning that things are likely to get bleaker for Devon because, of course, the consultation going on at the moment proposes to include a factor for volume of traffic flow against network length, and that won't help us. What's happened previously is that the current approach to capital allocation is based on length of road network. You've heard me allude to the fact that ours is the largest, so that's been helpful to us. If you now change the criteria and talk about volume of traffic flow against network length, clearly that is going to favour those more urban areas where traffic flow is necessarily greater on a smaller proportion of roads, and that's bad news for the county. So it's really important to bear these things in mind. Cabinet in December will be considering a parish protocol, and I would encourage all members to start thinking about supporting that in the sense that the one thing this highlights to everyone in this chamber is that we've all got communities that have aspirations. We've also all got communities that have towns and parish councils that can precept. So the parish protocol is going to be an aspiration of the leaders that we're picking up, which will basically allow communities to get work done more quickly, not work that the county council doesn't want to do, but work that the county council cannot afford to do in the short term. but it might be that the town or the parish council can afford to preset for, and so the county will be able to support and work in collaboration and partnership with those lower tier authorities to actually get done those things which communities are highlighting as important in their areas. Moving back into the report, you'll also see section 5 about service engagements. So service engagements with members are coming on online. I have been lucky enough to go around the whole of the Highways Department over the last 2 months. I've been to the Network Operations Centre. I've met with the Term Maintenance Contract M Group. I've met with Asset Management Team. I've met with the Highways Intelligence Group. I've met with the Neighbourhood Highways Team, which of course you will all be, that last group, you'll all be very aware of because of the relationships you'll have with your Neighbourhood Highways officers. I've come across a team that, without exception, are dedicated, hard-working professionals who are at least as frustrated as you are with the fact that we can't always do everything we want. In many cases, they're more frustrated than us councillors because they've faced these problems again and again over the last X years where we come to them relatively new. So my message to you from the Highways Department is that from an officer perspective, we are all very much on the same team, and I encourage you to engage with the sessions. I also encourage you to take up the opportunity to go to the Network Operations Centre or indeed to meet with any of the other operational staff around highways to understand the round of what an enormous enterprise it is. I'll stop there and I'm happy to take questions on the report. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much. So I've got Councillor Stevens, add you to my list, and Councillor Julian, thank you, and McGough. And Richardson. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oops, I can't hear what you're saying. Okay, thank you. And then Clive Cook and Jeff Troy. This is going to take a while, isn't it? And I can't see what your name tag says, I'm afraid. Lovely, thank you. Okay, so I'm actually not going to take any more after that because we'll be here till Christmas. So I'm going to take these in threes if I may, and would you prefer that option or would you? Yep, okay, lovely, thank you. So I'd like to start with Councillor Connett, followed by Councillor Stevens, then Councillor Julian. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the report. In particular, I wanted to pick up the reference to the excellent work of the Council's team that coordinate the 50,000 annual request to occupy road space. That leads me in then to the issue of what I would describe as rogue utilities, rogue contractors who occupy our road space, don't tell the council, don't manage their lights, take too long, disappear when people are left queuing. So, for example, Longdown in the parish of Holcombe Burnell have had the most dreadful time over the past, 6-7 months. If I could have the chairman of the parish council here, I think we would weep with the anxiety, pain and difficulty and lack of communication from utilities who've been digging up the main road. Right now, today, on the A379 at Exminster, National Grid have got lights running and creating enormous tailbacks on the drive home, the drive to work, getting in and out of the village, it seems to me without any care or consideration from residents who are complaining to the county council. I know we have no particular control over it, but we are all saying to ourselves, why are they not working day and night to minimise the disruption to residents? In Whitstone, a housing developer applied for a 3-month, yes, a 3-month total road closure on the main road in and out of Whitstone. I'm delighted to say that working with county officers, the housing developer has postponed that, and we're going to have a meeting now to look at how that might be done with traffic lights on one lane being kept open. And looking a little bit further back in Ken Ford, a utility contractor, just an abysmal reinstatement of our highway that it took us much time, effort and money. So when the cabinet member talks about money, some of this is about utilities costing us money, costing taxpayers money, because they're not doing their job. And I have to say, I think perhaps there has been a leniency at the council, perhaps a lack of resource to go out and police and chase them. And by golly, some of them have made it very hard They've not been the firms that have said, yes, thanks for pointing out we'll be there. They have had to be chased and chased and chased and threatened with action. We need control of Devon's roads so people can go to work, go to school, get home at the end of the day, get about their business, and utilities, big ones, small ones and indifferent ones, need to buckle up for the ride, because I want this council to be high on their tails and watching them and making sure our roads are fit for purpose, and when they do have to be dug up, that it's for the least time possible. Let's reclaim Devon roads for the people of Devon and not as purposes for utilities to do what the hell they like when they like.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Stevens, thank you.
What can I say? Passionate, total respect, sir. Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your report. You said there's a 6 weeks trial. Can you give us a little bit more information regarding that trial? And is it true that contracts are given to companies outside of Devon and then you wait for a collective amount of things to do and then the company comes in, we house them in hotels and they carry out the work over a process? And would you consider, or is there an in-house system to do our own repairs if we're using outside agencies, so the work is continuous, getting repaired every day instead of over a period of time? And also this relates to yellow lines as well. What I think, which I might be incorrect, is you wait for a number of yellow lines, orders to come along, and then the company come in and paint them. That's the question.
Thank you. And where am I? Councillor Julian, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to talk about North Devon in particular, Heartland and a bit of the West. I have to say that it is very poor, the standard of work. I run a business. If I ran my business like they've been running their business all these years, I'd have been broke years ago. The way they repair the roads, they throw the tarmac in there and then tread it in without a roller. They don't cut it out, they don't clean it out, and then they take a photograph as quickly as possible so it looks beautiful, rather than have a manager. You need a manager to make sure that the job is done properly. That's what you need. I mean, the A39, not far from Heartland, between Heartland and Convelli, I mean, that's been repaired a dozen times, the same patches. It is, you know, you couldn't write the script. Honestly, it's pathetic. And then going from Heartland to Belcombe, the same patches there, and the drains keep coming up. It is pathetic. It needs to be addressed. And the other thing is that whoever got the contract, I mean, they've subcontracted to subcontractor and subcontracted to subcontractor because I've asked. So therefore, somebody's making a hell of a lot of money on us as the council, because there's 3 people involved in that. Oh, I can't do it. Can you do it? Can you do it? We've got to save money, and we've been spent a lot of money. Was it 97 point something million pounds on the highways here every year or whatever it is? We need to address it. We need to have proper managers. Sorry, it's all upside down. Proper sorry, no wonder I thought it was funny. Anyway, get it sorted, and we need to address it. You can't go down. The people that have complained, the springs are broken, the steering's broken, their cars are being wrecked because of the roads are so bad. You know, we've got to address it. I know you can't repair all Devon. I understand that. And I know that the cutback's been for years as well. And this is where the state we're in. You go to other countries and you drive on beautiful roads. You come here and you think you're in a third world state the way we're driving around on our roads. It is bizarre to have such terrible roads. Even I have to negotiate to make sure I don't fall in a hole and stay there forever. So thank you.
I'm going to ask you to wind up. You've got a few seconds left.
Yes, okay. So we need managers to make sure the jobs are done properly and they're sealed and be repaired. And if there's any deficits on it, it should be guaranteed and they should come back on their own costs and repair it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Chairman. You did well, Councillor Stevens, because it's always a hard act to follow, Councillor Connett. Councillor Connett, thank you. Utility companies, I completely agree. There is a difference between planned and reactive. Planned, of course, we don't have control over how long they take, but they really should. We really do need to be putting them to the fire on that to get as quick as possible. Reactive is a little bit easier in the sense that there are things we can do around reactive works occurring. We have to be advised within 2 hours that they're coming out. And if we're not advised within 2 hours, and we detect that, then we can issue a fixed penalty notice. And I think my challenge, Councillor Connett, with the Director is to make sure that we are doing that in that set of circumstances. It's worth noting, councillors, that where the works are immediate, there's actually no legal notification to tell the public, which is usually where we get most of our grief as members, because it hasn't been advertised in advance. And why hasn't it been? And the answer is because as statutory undertakers, these utility companies can do that because they are reacting. Roads can be left under traffic management if materials are waiting to cure, but let's not use that as a cop-out, because we're talking about 24 hours maybe. So I think, again, there is something we can do, Councillor Connett, which, we have performance meetings with key utility companies, and we always ask for prompt clearance of the highway. And if sites are found with the permit closed and traffic management equipment left behind, then again, we can commence overrun charges. And I think, again, my challenge, Councillor Connett, is to make sure that we are doing that we are being proactive and that we are making those charges. Because, again, I think we talk about money, it is only through financial penalties that we are likely to exercise their attention. And so my commitment to you is we will certainly be looking to make sure we're doing that. In fairness, I imagine that when I sit down, the Director will whisper in my ear, we are doing that already. But it's my commitment to you to make sure that, exactly, yes, indeed. Okay, Councillor Stevens, more information on potholes. Yeah, I'm happy to give you more information. I mean, I made it very clear to the Director and her team that I didn't want to decide where the pothole trials were going to be, because I knew full well that if you knew that I had that influence, then I'd have 59 emails. So I haven't got involved in that process at all. But I'm happy to tell you that the trial will start on the 15th of this month, and it's starting in 2 sites, and one will be in North Devon and one will be in West Devon. I don't think there's anything to be achieved necessarily by hiding the fact of where they are, because we want the trials to work. So, I'm happy to share that information, and I will tell you exactly where they are. Bear with me. So, we are going to be trialling the scheme in parts of Barnstable and in Hatherley, Chagford and North Taunton. And those locations have been chosen based on the data around pothole numbers. And in those areas, Highways team will be filling all potholes, not just safety defects, when visiting a site in those areas through to the end of October. So that's the rationale. It's very much data-driven. It's not been driven by somebody saying, please come and do my area, because we'd all say that about our own areas. And as I said before, it's about looking at the budget implications now. That's the most important thing. We want it to work, but it has to work within our financial cost centres. That's really important. And then moving on, Councillor Julian, look, I completely understand what you're saying about how roads have got to be fixed, and they've got to be fixed properly. My response back to you is please contact me or contact your NHO where you feel jobs are not being done properly, because M Group, who have the terms maintenance contract to do the work for us, they need to be doing it properly. And if they're not doing it properly, we shouldn't be paying them. It really is that simple. It's very simple. So if you see a job that's not been done properly, if you can take a photograph of it and send it through, or send me an email and let me know, or tell your neighbourhood highways officer, because the thing is, all the work is inspected. So that's my commitment to you. The work is inspected. So if you're telling me that the work is being inspected and is being left and is not being properly dealt with, then you and I have a serious problem in your division that we need to look at. Because that's the whole point. The whole point of the process is we're not paying a third party to do nothing. We're paying a third party to fill in those potholes that have been reported, the ones that meet criteria. So my email and my telephone are always open to you. Please let me know, because Devon's massive, but we 60 councillors are the eyes on the ground, and our parish councils even more so at a lower level again. I need to know where you feel you're being let down. Certainly, I've had other councillors from North Devon who've let me know in areas where they've had problems, and I've reacted. And I hope they would agree that I've reacted where possible, and the team have reacted, because nobody in this department wants anything other than for us to be doing the very best we can with the resources we have. So my commitment to you is, if I need to, I'll come. I don't think you're allowed to come back, but my commitment to you is I'm happy to talk to you afterwards. And as I say, I'm coming to North Devon in the next couple of weeks, and I'm happy to, to do a tour around if necessary and see sites that need to be seen.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. We have another 8 questions, so I'm going to rush on to the next 3. So starting with Councillor McGough, then Councillor Richardson, then Councillor Stewart-Rogers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thomas, I want to say thank you to you. In the beginning, I asked for a question. Well, it wasn't really a question. I bombarded you with loads of emails from my frustration in Westwood Ho. The challenge we faced over the summer months with the awful traffic there. You didn't give me the answer I wanted, but you gave me the answer that I needed. There was illegal implications to actually give to my residents down there. So I thank you very much for your time there, and to Meg Booth as well. And another thank you as well for Marine Parade in Appledore, where the utility companies came in before our regatta, and they actually closed the road under no licence, no direction under Devon County Council. I contacted Councillor Thomas, contacted Meg Booth herself, and it was resolved within a day. So I really thank you for this. It enabled Appledore to have the regatta continued, and also it didn't cut off the main artery to our village, which was the main bus route and safety route there for our emergency services. So it's really important that you do contact highways, because on this time for me, it actually does work. Going back to my frustrations, one more quick one for me, but my frustrations being the utility companies, Councillor Connor delivered it absolutely fantastic. Where I'd like to see it done is highways being a bit more proactive on when you put the signage out, the correct signage going out, because a lot of these utility companies come up, they get a licence from Devon, but they don't actually put out the correct signage. It's unsafe. If you've gone away in your courses, you'll see that it's unsafe. But I do contact my NHO. I do contact the enforcement team. I'd just like to see the enforcement team a little bit more around my area if I could, once we get these utility companies coming. I'm on the border all the time. I'm very lucky. It's quite an urban area that I do represent, so it's quite condensed. Unfortunately, to the rural areas, you've got a vast area to do, but I can walk my division within half an hour, which is great. That's probably why I lost a bit of weight, to be honest, looking through. But no, thank you very much for what you're doing. I look forward to when you get your feet a little bit more under the table. And one last point which you did raise to us, which is really important, was I've got it in front of you now, the funding future outlook. I'm so grateful you're raising about the bridges, but the structures and the bridges we've got in the area, because all of Devon, because you really see are getting left alone. It's really bad, dilapidated. That's what they are. Lenwood Viaduct, with a bit of a bypass, you want to call it in Bideford. I call it Lenwood Viaduct, it's a bit of a bypass. We've always got an issue with flooding there. It seriously needs looking into, but over the next 2 weeks, if I could call in your time, just for half an hour's time, just come in my division if I can, please, sir. That'd be lovely. Just show you a few little areas that are problematic for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGough. So moving on to Councillor Richardson, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just start quickly, briefly, following on from Councillor McGough and Councillor Connett. I couldn't believe it when I managed to get the contractor of South West Water a fixed penalty notice for their overrunning roadwork. So, if you do contact your neighbourhood highways officer, you might get somewhere with that, but I understand sometimes it can be a miracle. Moving on to my question to Councillor Thomas, it's about existing 20-mile-per-hour zones. My division is a very urban, built-up part of Exeter. In fact, much of it is existing 20-mile-per-hour zones. I would say one of the main emails I get from residents is those residents are upset about contraventions to the 20-mile-per-hour limit. Now, I completely understand the difficulty it takes in getting things like the police to do speed surveys in areas. It takes a lot of police time and resources up. However, as a member, I do find it sometimes quite difficult to access things like vehicle-activated signs, which can help in addressing concerns about 20-mile-per-hour speed limits. The other thing I also want to raise is about speed bumps. Now, I wonder what the council and you as a cabinet member are looking at in terms of doing an audit with speed bumps to determine actually what their effectiveness is in ensuring a 20-mile-per-hour zone is properly met. Now, I know that there's some speed bumps in my division. I'm sure my fellow Exeter members will share the same sentiment that some of these speed bumps don't seem to reduce the speed. You know, you can get vehicles that drive in the middle of these speed bumps and therefore you know, not needing to slow down. In addition, there are some other traffic calming measures which are in a poor state of repair. I'll just name one on Ladysmith Road, which has a primary school, and the main traffic calming measure on that road is a large speed bump which is actually starting to dip. So I just want to ask the Cabinet Member and the Council what they're doing to look at how to effectively enforce 20-mile-per-hour zones and whether we can have perhaps an audit on things like speed bumps to ensure their effectiveness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. And last in this section is Councillor Stuart Rogers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I thank the Cabinet Member for his update, and I thank the Cabinet Member for agreeing to come in to visit my division in the near future. I want to pay tribute to the Devon County Council Wales and West liaison team, who've been really helpful for me. We've lived the threat and issues of Wales and West coming to Ashburton over the winter, the spring and summer. And I didn't realise there was only 5 days in a week and only 9 hours in a day. When I went to school, there was 7 days in a week and there was 24 hours a day. But you can't get tarmac after Friday afternoon, 3 o'clock, and there's no tarmac available on a Friday and Saturday. I applaud your officers in highways for holding Wales and West to account for their shambolic approach to Ashburton Gasworks. It's got to be done, but the way you've done it is absolutely shambolic, and I look forward to updating the member when he visits. I want to pay tribute, though, to the officers working really hard, and they share my frustration. The next thing is road wardens. Road wardens are key, but we've got to make sure they've got the skills, the training, and we've got the resource to train those people, because communities are going to be key to looking after their own streets and highways if it's safe to do so. And can we please think about how we roll road warden schemes out, the skills and training needed, and then successional plan that piece of work that's important. My final point, well, 2 points. I had a customer, a resident, injured on a rock and paving stone. He spent 3 days in hospital, so I did get my highways officer out, and I'm grateful, but I'm told it doesn't meet the criteria. Having spent 3 days in hospital, it doesn't meet the criteria of a defect. This was a partially sighted gentleman who is still having treatment now he's been discharged from hospital. I look forward to showing the member the particular offending curb that he spent 3 days in hospital before falling over. And my final question is enforcement officers. We have one enforcement officer. I'm not going to name him publicly, but he will not engage residents. And they've got an important job to do, but when one officer will not engage residents, I think that is out of order. And we need to understand the training these officers need to get for customer and resident engagement, because he would not engage them, and that is unacceptable. And again, I'll give you the detail privately, Cabinet Member.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. So I'm going to ask the Cabinet Member to come back on those, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Councillor McGough, thank you for those kind words. On being proactive around utility companies, again, that is, that's something we can pick up, through the performance board and actually have those conversations. So we can absolutely do that. Yeah, I'm more than happy to arrange a visit at some point and come up. No problem at all. Councillor Richardson, thank you. 20-mile zones. I mean, enforcement is obviously a significant challenge for all of us. I don't know if Councillor Lodge might something you want to pick up in your official capacity when we talk to the Police and Crime Commissioner next week, because Councillor Lodge is our rep on that, and it would be probably something we want, if there are areas, I know I do that, I'm a district rep on that board, and I do that for my district colleagues, but it's always worth letting the Commissioner know, because she has a certain amount of influence in just chipping people along, particularly where communities have got significant issues around that. It's a challenge for all of us, speeding, but ultimately, we look to mitigate speed, but the police enforce, and that, that's a really important message there. More specifically around speed bumps and the audit on effectiveness, that is absolutely a conversation to have with the NHO in the first instance, but it's one I'm happy to be involved in as well. So I think we probably need to understand the specifics around that. Whether there's a need for a wider audit, I don't want to commit at this stage, but but if it transpires that there is a need, then clearly we'll go down that path. But if we could start by having a conversation with the UNHO and actually understanding some of the challenges there, that would be great. Councillor Rogers, yeah, we'll pick up your frustrations. It sounds like there are a few. I mean, road wardens, there is quite a decent training scheme that we offer through the County Council, which in fact is viewed as something of an exemplar, which other councils have contacted us to learn about. So again, that's something we can talk through. On enforcement officers, we don't have a huge number of enforcement officers. I think we have 8. But the fact of the matter is they have one of the most challenging jobs in this council. And the abuse and the grief that they receive on a daily basis is something that all of us should be really quite cross about, because it's totally unacceptable. Now, that doesn't mean that if you have a problem with an individual person around the service, then that obviously there has to be a conversation. And I'm happy to pick that up with you privately. But while we're talking about enforcement officers, I think as a council, we actually owe a debt of enormous gratitude to the really tricky and challenging work they do. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You didn't answer all of the questions.
Well, I said I'd pick up your frustrations, Councillor Rogers, when we met. So I assumed you'd want to deal with those around road wardens, and specifically around the enforcement officer, and also around the first part, which was around the 9 to 5 and the delivery at Ashburton. But I figured we would do that on site.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next 3 are Councillor Kearney, followed by Councillor Fife-Cook, and then Councillor Trail. Thank you. So Councillor Kearney, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I would like to associate the comments from Councillor Conant. He has said what I was wanting to say so much better than I could about the complete subject that he went on with. So the next thing that I want to speak about is I contacted my highway officer to take him out with some residents to see a particularly bad bend which had a pothole. The residents turned up, the highway officer turned up, and when we went to complain about it, to my surprise, the pothole had already been filled, which just shows that the County Council are actually going out of their way to do the job and fix potholes and make the roads safer. I also had 2 residents stop me in the street, which is always worrying, only to be told that they thought the state of my part of the division, the roads are in such a better state, especially because of the new way that we're resurfacing the roads, and also that is good to hear. My third part is, if we're having 20's plenty signs, will the County Council help parish councils and town councils with paying for them? Because I know that an awful lot of people want cars to slow down, especially in residential areas, and if the council do help pay with it, I think that will help and bring some goodwill, especially to parish and town council, so that they can then enforce 20's plenty, slowing down traffic. And the last thing I would like to say, if people are really interested in bringing down the speed of traffic, as a councillor, you should really join your local speed watch team, and if you don't have one, you should look to start one, because when you go out and see how fast cars are actually travelling with a speed gun, the perception that the public have as opposed to what they're actually doing is sometimes quite different. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kearney. So moving on to Councillor Fife-Cook, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Not wishing to repeat anything, and I must admit I'm very impressed about the passion. I think most people have covered near enough everything here. But I do think we're in a bit of a catch-22 situation, because we have the passion because we want to change things, but the perception is a bit difficult because the public's got a different perception than we have. They see potholes, falling out of potholes, and they blame us because they simply say, well, for goodness sake, if I was having this done on my own land and I ended up getting this kind of workmanship, I would be chasing the person who done the workmanship. But that has been covered. So let me get to the point that I don't think has been covered. When you spoke about parish councils, I remember years ago when the road warden scheme first came in, and when I used to go around to parish councils then, I was the youngest person at most parish councils. Nearly 20 years later, I'm still the youngest person at most parish council meetings. And when I raise the point and I say, look, we as a community, we can make a difference. We can do the side roads. We can basically learn how to fix potholes acceptably enough for the local people. And somehow I can arrange the money, the training, and also the tarmac for you to do it. Their answer that comes back to me, and this is all due to demographics, I'm afraid, this is how it's changed in the countryside, especially where I live in the last 30 years, is that they aren't young enough anymore. We haven't got the young people in the countryside that we used to have. And I think this is a problem. So then what we're doing, in fact, is we're laying on our parish councillors, laying at their feet the option of raising the precept so that you can pay somebody to do it. I don't see that as our job. And I think when one of the gentlemen earlier was talking about 20 is plenty. I remember when this first started out, and one of my major concerns was that if we don't pay for it as a council, what we're basically saying to people is that the areas that can afford 20 is plenty, they can afford it because they can put it on their precept, but the areas who can't won't put it on their precept because they can't afford it. I think that's not a good look. I fully support that we should have slower speeds in villages because it's our duty as a council to try and save lives.
You've got 30 seconds left, okay.
What my question would be to you is how are you going to facilitate the extra money needed? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've just got two left after. I've got Councillor Trail and then Vanstone. So if it's okay, I'm going to ask you both to speak and then for Cabinet Member. I'm afraid at the beginning I've already said that it was enough. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have your hand up earlier and I failed to notice? So sorry. In which case, let's do Councillor Trail, then let's do all of you. Yes, Councillor Trail, then Councillor Vanstone, then Councillor Ledbetter. Thank you very much. And after that, really no more on this one. Thank you. So please go ahead, Councillor Trail.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for the report. I'll be very, very quickly. It's now got the schools going back to school, so therefore we've got issues with parking on lines yet again. So could I also request that the school safety team sends out reminders to all schools about parking outside of schools and local areas, because it will be starting to cause us a problem. Going back to the precept, parishes protocols, with the possibility of the precept and parishes taking on some of the works, how would the parishes legally stand with regards to using Devon County Council registered contractors and any responsibilities of the works taken and afterwards, please? Thank you.
Councillor Vanstone, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Somebody said to me earlier on, if you're going to get a question in, get it in early, because most of the people would have pinched a question beforehand, which Mr. or Councillor Julian did very well. I just want to reinforce that with a groundwork background, the amount of money that I'm seeing being wasted on our roads by inadequate fixing of potholes. If we could fix 5 properly, cut them out, fill, rather than 10, and they're all empty the following day, it would save us a lot of money, or Devon a lot of money in the long run. And as I've had to think on my feet, I had a message from a parish not so long ago regards a diversion, and it was a rural location, a very last-minute diversion, and I can think of 2 or 3 coming up locally that I would beg any officer that is planning these routes to come and consult with people that live locally there who know how the roads work at certain times, because when you can see the traffic building up, especially on single lane roads, which have massive potholes one side or the other, there's trouble to come there. So I would urge that common sense when making these plans would be sensible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vanstone. And last but not least, Councillor Ledbetter. Thank you.
Councillor Thomas, two quick questions, if I may. You talked about a protocol for parish and town councils, rural things. Can I ask what you do at Exeter, which doesn't have those sort of councils and obviously have our own issues? And secondly, I have areas in my ward where I've been promised resurfacing works and other works. They've been put forward by the council. I've been told that the contractors don't wish to do the work. So we've promised our residents that this is going to happen, and we've now been told that the work isn't going to go ahead. Can I ask you to look into that with me, please?
Thank you very much. So that ends the period of questions. So on this one, so I'm going to ask Cabinet Member to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Then I will break and we can have something to eat.
Councillor Kearney, thank you. Pleased to hear the positive news there, that if you report them, they do get filled. 20's plenty. No, council can't fund them. They're not something that we do officially. They're a measure that communities use to try and help to add to mitigation. It's something you could certainly support through your locality. I've supported through my locality in the past. As for members joining Speedwatch, power to your elbow, Councillor Kenny. It's not a great way to win votes, but if you want to do it, you carry on. But in all seriousness, Speedwatch is another really useful tool that communities can use in terms of helping to educate, because it is an education process, Speedwatch. Councillor Five Cook, road pothole gangs. Pothole gangs, the ones that are working, you're right, tend to be younger. It is a challenge around demographics. But then both questions are a challenge, both the demographics question and also the rich parish, poor parish. These are all challenges. In a perfect world, we wouldn't need volunteers to go out and fill in defects that haven't met the pothole criteria yet, because we would be able to be doing what my trial is trying to achieve and dealing with everything anyway. The reality is we haven't yet discovered whether we have the money to do that. And equally, in a perfect world, we'd be able to do everything that the communities want us to do, so they wouldn't need to think about paying for them. But the reality is we haven't finished the protocol yet, but the point of the protocol is not going to be to do things that the county council ought to do but won't. It's going to be to try and speed up the process where we literally don't have the money to do things this year or next year. There is no easy answer around what we do with community. You and I have had this conversation out of the chamber before now, and there is no easy answer around what we do with communities that can't or won't think about raising their precept. It is a challenge. Unfortunately, one of the realities is going to be that if we offer a you can pay for it, the people that can pay are going to benefit. At the moment, I don't have an answer. I'm happy to work with anybody who has an answer around that. All I'm trying to do is expedite works that communities desperately want done in any way I can, whilst working within some really challenging financial restraints. I know that's not a perfect answer, I'm afraid, but I'm not sure there is one. Councillor Trail, yes, absolutely. We can ask the school safety team to send that reminder out, and thank you for reminding us, as it were. No problem at all. On the responsibilities of work undertaken, I think that's a reply that's probably going to need a written response, because you will appreciate that that is one of the technical questions that will need to be really carefully considered as part of the protocol, because there's no straightforward answer on that. Councillor Vanstone, Poor work, just bring me some examples, please. I reiterate what I said to Councillor Julian. We really don't want to be paying for shoddy work. Absolutely not. So if you've got examples, let me have them and we'll do something about it. On diversions, your NHO should be the person to talk to on diversions. When you asked that question, the director and I both wrote separately to each other, talk to your NHO, because actually, as somebody who's been done this job for a couple of years, that's the first thing I do on a diversion, is I say to my local neighbourhood highways officer, well, I don't think much of that if I don't, and then he'll give me all the reasons why I have to accept that that's the best diversion, or not, as the case may be, but we can have that conversation. So please do that in your division. And then lastly, Councillor Ledbetter, again, the protocol question around Exeter is a really challenging one, and one that we're going to have to work on. And as I stand here, to be totally honest with you, I don't know what the answer is. And I reiterate what I said to Councillor Fife Cook. We are trying to find ways of expediting work. And you're absolutely right. Exeter not having parishes to precept it is going to be a challenge that we're going to have to work out how we work around. Resurfacing, I'll absolutely look into that with you if you send me the details. Thank you.
Right, so that concludes that part of the meeting. So we are now going to break the meeting. We're going to have some lunch. There are sandwiches and stuff outside. I don't know the detail, but before you rush out of the chamber, we're going to break for half an hour. So after, in fact, if you could keep quiet, excuse me, Council, could you just please stop talking until I finished, please? Thank you. But courtesy is always a good thing. Thank you. So we're going to break for half an hour. The division bell will go after 25 minutes, in which case that's at what point that's the time for you to come back in here. Okay, thank you. So currently meeting adjourned. Thank you. Okay, everybody, are you all getting settled, please? I'm about to restart the meeting with some gaps. Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Yeah, thank you for the encouragement. I think we've got most people back, so it is, according to my clock, just on 2 o'clock, so I'd like to reopen this meeting, please, and hope you all had something to eat and been able to refresh yourselves. Okay, we have now quickly agenda item 12. Let's get straight into this. This is for minutes of committees. There have been no committee meetings called for debate, so therefore I formally move all committee meetings listed on the agenda in accordance with Standing Order 13. Is that agreed, Council? Yep, lovely, thank you. And just for clarity, this is the appeals... Sorry, forgive me. Councillor Hayward.
Thank you. Just for the point of veracity, and apologies, I should have raised this with the MODS before. The agenda item 12C, the Audit Committee meeting, the 12th of June. Could officers just amend my surname so it's spelled correctly, please? Thank you.
I feel that that would be an entirely reasonable thing. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you. So we were just, the Appeals Committee held on 9th of June and the 7th of July 2025. Audit Committee held on 12th of June and 21st of July 2025. Investment and Pension Committee held on the 20th of June. The Public Rights of Way Committee held on 17th of July. And the Health and Adult Care Scrutiny Committee held on the 14th of July. Okay, so thank you for those. So, moving on, we have, we've done that one, that's good, okay. I'm not going to go over any of the bits we've already done again. So now we get to the notices of motion. You will see from the published agenda that there is 1 returning and 8 new. We have 2 hours for all discussions of all motions. So it's going to be a little bit of a time management challenge for me. So, but that is what the Constitution says. So I think for those of you who were able to come along to the training that Democratic Services put on Monday, which was really helpful, I hope that you're okay with process. I will seek to explain processes for proposing and seconding and amendments and so on and so forth as we go, but I would ask that, really I would reiterate actually what I said earlier about please try to keep your contributions to the point. We have an awful lot of business to get through in these 2 hours, and it would be a pity to miss any. Okay, so I'm just going to read the stuff out about process. It is a little bit complicated, but it kind of makes sense. Okay, so for the returning motion today that we've got, which is the first one, we will deal with opening statements first. The mover of the original motion will speak first, and you have 7 minutes, and I believe that's Councillor Hodgson, isn't it? I think. Yes, Councillor Hodgson, lovely. Too much paper here. Then the seconder may speak or reserve their right to speak until later. And then we will move on to dealing with the Cabinet recommendation. The leader will move the Cabinet recommendation and the Deputy Leader will second, I believe. So then we come to the decision. So that's really to accept that that's what Council, that's what we're talking about. It is the Cabinet recommendation that has been developed as a result of the original motion that Councillor Hodgson submitted. Okay, so that's the first thing. So we then, the decision stages for the mover will be asked to, if they accept the cabinet recommendation in the minute, and if they do, then that becomes the substantive motion, and the debate begins, and the leader of the council will have the right of reply at the end of that. If the original mover does not accept the cabinet minute, then the leader will explain the leader will explain the reason for the cabinet recommendation, and the seconder may speak then or later. Then we'd move to the debate, which invites members to speak if they wish. The leader sums up, and the council votes on the cabinet minute. Okay, and that's the case whether the original mover accepts the cabinet minute or not. If the cabinet minute is rejected, the original motion is debated under normal rules. If the cabinet recommendation is accepted, the council can either vote on it as the substantive motion, or can consider amendments. Now, amendments. Okay, these can be moved and seconded and the debate follows, with the mover of the amendment having the right of reply at the end of that debate. The vote on the amendment takes place. If it is lost, then council reverts back to the cabinet recommendation. If it is carried, it then becomes a substantive motion, and the council either has to vote or consider further amendments. It sounds more complicated than it is, honestly. And we'll all get used to it, honestly. It's, I've got 3 pages of flow charts I could share with you if that helps. Anyway, so, for some general reminders, only one amendment can be debated at a time. Amendments must relate to the motion. So, for example, they can refer to the committee or they can change the wording, but they must not introduce a new or opposite proposal. Okay? So that's the returning ones. For new motions that are on the agenda, and we have 8 of these, all to be dealt with in 2 hours. Standing orders state that new motions are referred to Cabinet after being moved and seconded, and both the mover can briefly introduce their motion as part of moving it. I think they get allowed a minute. The mover can then ask the council for the motion to be taken on the day, and if this is a straightforward majority vote, so I will be asking council if they agree with that or not, if that's what the mover of the motion wants. The mover will then speak to justify dealing with the motion on the day. If the vote is won, the motion gets debated, and if it's lost, it's just referred to Cabinet to come back to the following full council. If a motion is debated on the day, it's moved, seconded, debated, and then voted upon in lines with the usual rules of debate, including amendments. Please see said flowcharts. If motions are debated on the day, and there are amendments submitted as part of the debate, I may need to adjourn the meeting so that any resource, financial or legal implications can be reviewed. Is that all clear? It will become clearer, don't worry, and we'll be guided through it. So in line with the Constitution, the Chair, moi, can determine how much time is permitted to debate motions, up to a maximum of 2 hours. Okay, and I intend to give this 2 hours. I think we're going to need it. So, moving on. Agenda item 13. This is our only returning motion, and this is the council is asked to consider its response to the notice of motion on support for the Devon 20's Plenty campaign, previously referred to Cabinet, shown at Cabinet Minute 42 and outlined in the agenda. Councillor Hodgson, as the original mover of the original motion, please can you address the council covering your original motion and the Cabinet's recommendation. You have 7 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this is actually a long time coming here. Many councillors who've been here for any length of time will remember that I've raised all sorts of questions and proposals around trying to get the speeds down in some of our streets. The prospect of a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit can raise a lot of eyebrows for any of us who live their busy lives and use our cars to get from A to B and back again as fast as possible. There's a heavy price to all this rushing about. Back in 2018 to 2019, a group of county councillors here formed a task and finish group to investigate 20-mile-an-hour speed limits, and the journey of that investigation was very revealing. We interviewed A&E doctors, psychologists, public health officers, researchers, 20 Plenty campaigners, people from all walks of life, disability group representatives, the roads wardens from Dartmoor, and of course the police. The story from all was very similar. Bringing speeds down to 20 mile an hour where vehicles come into very close contact with people and or wildlife reduces serious accidents, injuries and fatalities. In 2019, June, DCC published the findings from this task and finish group. These were the key recommendations. Number one, taking a different approach to our policy of setting traffic speeds and embedding the safe systems approach. And secondly, supporting local areas to determine their own environment. I circulated this very detailed report to all councillors here today and all our new council when I tabled this motion at our last full council in May. We humans are actually designed to be able to travel at 20-mile-an-hour speed limits. Believe it or not, I can't, but you know, we're built to do it. So if a child is hit by a vehicle travelling at 20 mile an hour, they have an 80% chance of survival. If a child is hit by a vehicle travelling at 30 miles an hour, they have an 80% chance of a fatal accident or serious injury. The evidence emerging from Wales since they implemented 20 mile an hour speed limit supports this. Accident rates have fallen since the default 20 mile an hour speed limit was reduced in September 23, with 26% reduction in casualties in the first 12 months, and that's since risen to 28% reduction, and a notable decrease of over 100 fatalities or serious injuries. While some initial public opposition existed, the data shows the policy's positive impact and potential to reduce traffic accidents and their severity, leading to lower insurance premiums and contributing to safer communities. Devon County Council will not be the first local authority to implement 20's Plenty principles with the new 20 mile an hour policy to provide safer vehicular speeds where people live, work and play and go to school. Local authorities in Cornwall, Cambridge, Oxfordshire, Somerset, etc. have all initiated this and are proactively and comfortably rolling it out with local town and parish councils who have responded to their change in policy to support this formally. So today we have the opportunity to invite local town and parish councils to make this choice with their local residents to bring speeds down to a safer level in the hearts of places that our communities live, work, play, go to school and need to thrive. As many of us will be aware, over 150 communities in Devon have already signed up to the 20's Plenty campaign for 20 mile an hour speeds, and many have put up 20 Plenty signs, but these have no legal basis and have been somewhat confusing and potentially give pedestrians in those places a false sense of security. This motion is based on the clear public desire for safer public spaces, recognising that speeding vehicles are a deterrent to people walking, accessing public transport and cycling, in particular those who are very young or old, vulnerable or disabled, etc. We can affect behaviour change by making our streets safer by reducing the legal speed of passing traffic. Our current policy is based on safety, whereby we prioritise our response, and Devon County Council can provide finance to investing in 20 mile an hour speed limits to areas that have significant accident rates, and of course this is important. The allocation of that about £150,000 a year, Devon County Council funding to respond to safety-based needs will not change, it will remain. This 20's Plenty motion will simply widen the opportunity of towns and parish councils to have 20 mile an hour speeds in their local areas without the need for safety-based scores. This wider opportunity will invite town and parish councils to initiate and raise local funds to develop 20-mile-an-hour speed limits in their parishes. This funding can be raised through the local precept, locality funds, etc., and cover the costs of the local public surveys, design and safety audits, and the traffic orders to implement the 20-mile-an-hour speeds. Devon County Council will provide advice and information to support the process. Today's motion in initiating a new policy for 20's Plenty is different to the current policy, as it does not need to have poor road safety in record to justify the speed reduction. This is a proactive initiative to open the door to local town and parish councils and communities across Devon who want to improve the quality of life in their local areas by reducing traffic speeds to a safer level so that all their residents can feel safer and be more inclined to walk or cycle rather than drive to local destinations, walk their children to school, cross the road to catch a bus, and for the many vulnerable people who are currently often very restricted in their access to safe walking and access to public transport, the opportunity to enjoy a fuller and healthier life and collectively address the challenging climate change that is upon us, helping us to reduce our carbon footprint and move us towards our net zero carbon targets. Traffic slowing down as it passes through residential areas and villages centres is also less likely to...
We've just got a minute left, okay.
To have to stop and start, and therefore this will also improve air quality, a major issue that is currently contributing to the rise in childhood asthma and an illness that can lead to a lifetime of poor health. Making streets safer gives people a greater chance to leave the car at home and walk, cycle or catch the bus, enabling them to drop the need for a second car and thereby save money. I ask you to support this motion to enable the many communities who want 20's Plenty in Devon to be able to make it happen. Let's do it for them and let's do it for Devon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. So let me just remove this lot of paper. So does the seconder wish to speak now, Councillor Bailey, or reserve your right to speak later?
I'll speak now, thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to thank Councillor Hodgson for her notice of motion and also the Cabinet resolution. For me, there are two key words in the original notice of motion, and that's different approach. And I will be supporting this notice of motion, but I don't think it represents a different approach. A different approach would be to recognise that 150 communities want 20 mile an hour, that there are other councils in the country that are rolling out 20 miles an hour on a 20 mile an hour on a county-wide basis, and we're basically handing responsibility in Devon to our parish councils. And as we've heard from Councillor Fife Cook, not all parishes can actually afford to do that. So I endorse the notice of motion, but I would like to see us going much, much further than this. I don't think we should be passing responsibility to our parish and town councils. I've got 4 parish councils in my division. I think it's extremely difficult for parish councils to do the work that's necessary. I think it's incumbent on us as the authority to do that. And I think it's a political decision that if we actually wanted to, we would find the money and put it in our budget, which is what other councils have done. So I would like to see a more radical and a more comprehensive approach, because I think the rate at which we've been rolling them out is too slow. It's never going to get to deal with 150, and I think it's extremely difficult for parish councils to do it themselves. They have huge amounts of responsibilities, parish councils. They do excellent work, but I think on some occasions and for some matters, we should be doing it as the authority, as the highways authority. So I think we should be helping, I think we should be finding the funding, and I think we should be more radical, more innovative, and enable it to be rolled out more quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. So I'm now going to move to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Brazil. You will now move the Cabinet's recommendation as outlined on the agenda. Oh, I'm sorry, I've got a point of order, possibly. Oh, not yet. Sorry, but I will write you down. Okay. Sorry, you have to wait your turn. So yeah, so that now it goes for the leader. So you get you get to move the cabinet minute, and then it's followed by your seconder, who I believe is Councillor Arnott. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and happy to move the cabinet minutes. Do you want me to speak on it now, or?
I defer.
Speak now or reserve your right to speak later. Entirely up to you.
Okay, well, I'll speak now, if I may, Chair. Just first of all, I'd like to pay tribute to Councillor Jackie, who, with tenacity and persistence, has got this as far as it has. And I hear what Jess says about trying to speed it up, and absolutely that is a debate to be had when the budget meeting comes round, but we've got our budget at the moment. We've got 150,000, but I think this starts to show that would be, that the communities and parishes will have the upper hand, and I think it's slightly unfair to say that they'll be doing all the work. They might have to pay all the money, but they won't have to do all the work. No, we will help and support them, and that's what the difference, I think, is. But you're right. I think that if there is a mood within the council at some stage to say we should be putting a lot of money into it, then of course we can accelerate it more. I would just caution that, because we have many conflicting priorities within the budget, from children's to adults to, we've heard about potholes, etc. If any money we spend on this won't be able to be spent on something else. But look, I've always been a supporter of it, and I think it's absolutely the right thing to do. And I think there may be an option here, and I know that Jackie's working very hard with Meg and her team around this, that where maybe we can do it in a more efficient way, where we do a blanket 20 mile an hour and then parishes can opt in or out. There are issues around that, but I know that Jackie's also working with other councils that have brought that in. So I hope the members will support the cabinet minutes as they are, because we've tried to bend as far as we can in respect of what Jackie's trying to achieve, and like I say, I applaud her for that. But I think that the responsible thing to do is what we've got there. It's not going to suddenly create a massive funding gap in our budget that has already been set. So in that sense, I think this is the right move, and I hope that members feel that they can support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brazil. Councillor Arnott.
Happy just a second, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So I understand that Councillor Hodgson accepts the Cabinet's recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So that being the case, Cabinet recommendation is now the motion on the table for debate, and I open the floor for debate. So I've already got Councillor Connett. I am Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Rogers. We are really very, very short of time. So can I ask you to be to the point, please? Councillor Connett.
I will be to the point in a roundabout sort of way. Chairman, I very much welcome both the motion from Councillor Hodgson and the amendment from Cabinet. I welcome it because we do need to enable our communities to deliver 20-mile-an-hour limits. They have been an ambition in some villages for a long time. I know Exminster, for example, have been working with the county council on that for some time, and Whitstone would dearly love something to manage traffic through. It's a straight run, a straight road, and there are speeders, and particularly when the A30 is closed, you get the running traffic coming through at some speed. I quite accept the Leader of the Council's view with regard to budget, and there is, of course, a budget that the Council will be considering in February next year. However, the issue for me is one of parity. Rich town and parish councils being able to access this, poorer town and parish councils who don't have the community, the precept to deliver this, how are they helped and supported? I think there is the possibility of working with the Devon Association of Local Councils to try and find a way forward. In theory, we could all have a Rolls-Royce. I suspect some of us might be challenged financially to buy it. And my concern is that the County Council doesn't have a policy which says you can have this provided you've got the money. Safety shouldn't be a rich council's thing. Safety should be available to everyone. So I support it for what this is, and what the leader of the council described is a staging post to a better policy that will be fulminated in time. We all need, all of our communities, to be able to access 20-mile-an-hour limits where they want it and are willing to contribute in one way or another to making that happen, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collett. Okay. Next is Councillor Mitchell. Thank you. And as we're short of time, I'm going to, the ones that I've already got, that Councillor Dawson has written down, I'm going to limit to those, please. Thank you. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. Again, as with others, I welcome the response from the Cabinet, but I say, like others, I think it is a first step along, I hope, a very short road rather than a long winding road to get 20-mile limits across Devon. Can I speak for the poor impoverished of Exeter who don't have town or parish councils, that we are absented from this process? So could I ask that at one stage it is reviewed how our communities in Exeter can ask for 20-mile-an-hour limits? Because I, in my own ward, along a main artery road in Exeter, have 2 speed watch groups who are desperate to have 20-mile-an-hour limits included in their areas, and there doesn't appear under this to be a mechanism for the urban area of Exeter to have its say in this process. I would like that taken on board when we review or produce the final documentation. And one final plea would be is coherence of these 20-mile-an-hour limits, particularly in urban areas where you can go 200 yards for 20 miles, then you're on a 30, then you're on another. And we often find that poor signage means they cannot be enforced, even if the police wanted to enforce it, but they don't enforce it. So can we please clean up our act in Exeter and get a coherent policy regarding 20-mile-an-hour limits and public consultation? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. So I'm going to move now to Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. I've had 4 years of travelling back and forth from Wales once a month because of dealing with my late mother's estate. Wales is a 20-mile-an-hour zone, but everyone ignores it. The key is enforcement and the key is penalty. I fully support 20 miles an hour, but you have to enforce it because people in Wales are ignoring it, and we can't have that in Devon. The next point is 20 is plenty in Devon. Parishes are really stressed and strained. I've got one town council with it, but people purposely ignore it and then speed through the town of up to 40 miles an hour. And I've got 2 towns and parishes that want it, but they don't know how they're going to pay for it to make sure it's run properly and people adhere to the rule. And my third point is funding. Because if it's important we do it, can we find capital money to give towns and parishes the tools to monitor speed? Because they're really stretched resources at the moment.
Thank you very much for that. And moving on to Councillor Julian, please.
Thank you, Chair. I better not get my thing tangled up in my coat this time. 20 miles, we all want to be safe. We all want to be driving around and making sure that if the children suddenly come out of the buildings, out of their houses and run across the road and nobody runs them over. I understand that, that's not a problem. But like Councillor Brazil said, you've got about 150,000 to spare or something or other you mentioned. But how much is it going to cost the county? We are strapped for cash. We really are strapped for cash. I mean, it is horrendous how much money that the councils borrow. But how much, have we done our due diligence of how much this is all going to cost us and the taxpayer? So we need to know about that. I know that Plymouth has got a hell of a lot of 20-mile-an-hour zones there because I used to drive all around Plymouth and there's zones popping up everywhere, so they've got their 20 mile. But we need to know, because we're in now austerity measures really, because every cutbacks and cutbacks. So my question is, where's the money coming from and can we afford it? Thank you.
Thank you for that. And moving on to Councillor Fife-Cook, please.
First of all, I'd like to thank both Councillor Hudson and Councillor Bailey. Thank you very much. Very coherent and absolutely right. I think we all want vehicles to slow down in country areas and even in towns and cities. And especially nowadays, we're getting more electric vehicles and electric bikes. I should imagine being hit by an electric bike at 20 miles an hour, you're not going to walk away very well from that. The problem is we can't just keep addressing problems and expect parish councils to do and fix it. And I think it's unfair laying that financial burden on them. I think we have to try harder to find an answer and give the whole answer. I don't want to penalise parishes that can afford it, but I do think we then need to somehow finance parishes that can't. Thank you. I kept it short.
Yeah, thank you. And lastly, I've got Councillor Dawson.
Thank you. I do welcome this, but I do also hear about concerns about passing the costs on to parish councils, but excuse me. I also hear that in future budgets, this is something that could perhaps be prepared for. So I think it's a great starting point. I think something I wanted to raise, if it's coming down to town and parish councils, is that I'd like to see some support from Devon County officers about where you have a community that strongly wants a 20-mile-an-hour limit in a certain zone, and you also have a pocket of people who really don't want it as well and are quite loud with that. I think that's quite a challenge for any council to manage, but I think particularly town and parish councils, perhaps with less training and less expertise, less resources, I'd kind of like to see a good collaboration, or at least town and parish councils be able to come back to Devon County for expert advice and guidance really on those kind of issues and how to manage them. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I'm now concluding the debate on that. I think a fairly good airing, and it has been to Cabinet as well. So we're now moving on the Cabinet recommendation. So let me just check sure so I've got... Oh, I'm so sorry, you get a right of reply, don't you? So sorry. Oh yes, I've got the leader to speak last with a right of reply. But the mover does too. Forgive me, I'm just going to check the process.
No, we've moved on to having the Cabinet minute on the floor as the motion, so it's right that Councillor Brazil sums up the mover speech at the beginning.
Yes, sorry. Okay. So because the original mover has accepted the Cabinet recommendation, the leader now becomes the mover of that Cabinet minute, which is the substantive motion. So does that make sense to people? Good, lovely. So we'll move to the vote, please. So no, we're not. We're going to have the leader speaking first, and then we're moving to the vote. Thank you.
No, I'll just be very brief. I'm pleased to hear that everyone seems to be supportive of the whole concept of it. There is an issue around money. Both Robin and Michael have raised that, and others. Michael, about Exeter, that is an issue. We're going to have a look at that. You know, as has been said, we've got our budget meeting coming up in February. There would be an opportunity for members, if they feel that it is that important, that money should be diverted into this, away from other things, and that is a political decision, and we all need to take that. So, you know, that is the time to have that discussion around the costs of it, Robin. So, you know, and, you know, as I say, you're going to have competing priorities as, but it's, you know, I'm pleased to hear that the council as a whole seems to be very much supportive of moving to more and more 20-mile-an-hours, and thank you once again to Jackie for persevering with this campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. So, so now we are moving to a vote on the Cabinet recommendation. So, I think that's right. Yes, good, fantastic, lovely. So, all those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Okay, few abstentions, but clearly carried. Sorry, was someone helping me there?
You said 2. And there was
No, I said a few. But thank you for that clarification. Thank you. So that has, there's no amendments as far as I'm aware, so that is carried and done and dusted. Yep, okay, lovely. So we now have 8 new notices of motion before the council today, and I will deal with each of those separately. So the first one is agenda item 14, ending smartphone use in Devon primary and secondary schools. The first new motion is from notice of motion is from Councillor Bell, and this would normally be referred to Cabinet. However, I understand that you wish that it is that this is really difficult to read. I understand it is the wish of the Council that this motion be debated today. So the first thing we need to... This doesn't fit, so sorry.
Our standing orders are that motions are generally referred to Cabinet. However, if the Council decides it can debate the motion on the day, we've had an indication that that's the Council's wish, but we need to put it to a formal vote as to whether the Council wishes to debate this motion today. So if that's carried, the motion is debated today. If it's lost, it's simply referred to Cabinet in line with standing orders. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm going to go through and rewrite some of this wording. So, we're going to have a vote on whether we debate it today. I believe...
Yeah. Yeah. Ask Councillor Bell to indicate that he wants it debating today, and then we go straight to the vote.
Thank you. So, Councillor Bell, am I right in thinking that you want this to be debated today as a matter of a time-critical motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like it debated today. This is something that I'd like to get introduced by September 26, so it would be ideal to debate it today.
Thank you. In which case, we're going to vote on that as a council as to whether we're going to debate it today or it's going to be referred to council. Councillor...
Just to second that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, voting for debate today? Yep, clearly carried, but any against? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, that is a substantive motion, so that will be debated today. As I said, we are relatively short of time, so we're going to keep fairly brief, okay? So, I'm going to call upon Councillor Bell to... You've moved the motion. No, you haven't. You're going to move the motion, and you can speak now or to reserve the right to speak later in the debate, and then we move on to the seconder. Okay, so Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Today I'm bringing a motion that reflects our duty as councillors to protect children's well-being and ensure their education is delivered by trained and accomplished teachers. It recognises that teachers are teachers. They are not referees of TikTok, nor shields against the dangerous misogyny of internet influencers. Councillor Tildesley, who cannot be here this morning as he is teaching, said that schools in Devon are calling out for a steer on this matter from the County Council, while another gentleman of no less importance, the government's Chief Inspector of Schools, the head of Ofsted, Sir Martin Oliver, recently delivered this emphatic and unambiguous message regarding smartphones. Quote, ban them, ban them, ban them. End quote. Banning mobile phones in schools is achievable, cost-effective, Ofsted approved, and it improves educational outcomes. While research on this matter is in its infancy, there is enough peer-reviewed evidence to consider, most notably Ward et al. 2017, Schronek et al. 2023 demonstrated the very presence of a smartphone reduces cognitive capacity. Even unused, it steals attention. Smartphones are not the only distraction on a school child's mind, but they are a persistent negative distraction and one that we can do something about. Also, notable research, Baumgardner et al. 2018 linked high phone use to lower academic outcomes and greater classroom disruption. As the government have said this week, in some classes, disruption accounts for 7 in every 30 minutes. Removing phones from schools enables children to learn more efficiently, increases educational attainment while reducing the time and therefore cost of that education and opening more career pathways for those well-educated young people. In my somewhat extensive research, I was genuinely saddened by the ease at which researchers likened children addicted to smartphones to alcoholic and drug-using adults. The developing mind of a child is not equipped for the controlling influence of billion-dollar algorithms. The organisation, Smartphone Free Childhood, tell us that 90% of schools already have a phone policy, but 70% of those policies they describe as ineffective, with almost 50% of schools allowing use of mobile phones in play and mealtimes. This results in anecdotal comments from schools that smartphones are involved in 60 to 75% of safeguarding cases. Schools that have implemented an outright ban around the country, those safeguarding issues fall dramatically. Acting now allows us to open this conversation across the county. Schools, parents, governors, support groups, and above all, with regards to Femke Neisser earlier today, pupils must be given a chance of shaping this policy. This is about building consensus and trust so that when September 2026 arrives, every school is ready, every parent understands, and every child knows where they stand. An inclusive consultation is a vital part of this process. A consultation gives schools the resources and preparation they need, as well as an opportunity to feed their concerns and suggestions into the process, ensuring that by spring of 2026, a direction can be drafted, communicated, and embedded with confidence. There are concerns, and I am happy to discuss them today. However, these concerns are not reason for delay. They are reasons to plan properly, consult widely and act decisively. There are strong models to learn from. From Hackney through to Moray, authorities have made sensible choices after listening carefully to schools and parents. Devon can and should do the same. Teachers, free to teach without interruption. Pupils who feel safer in the playground, the bike shed and the rest room. Freedom to talk, play, connect, make mistakes. Parents confident that within the school gates their children are shielded from online bullying and toxic content. Parents who are not pressurised to purchase the latest device by children who are desperate to keep up with the Junior Joneses. And beyond that, improved teacher retention. Evidence shows discipline and distraction are key factors in why teachers consider leaving the profession. Remove smartphones and you remove one of the greatest daily drains on teacher morale. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. So, we now move to the seconder. You can speak now for up to 5 minutes, or you can reserve your right to speak later.
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak now.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very happy to second this motion. This council's backing is vital in supporting maintained schools in implementing a firm policy around smartphones, as it provides the authority and consistency needed to implement a decision that, while inevitably unpopular with some parents, is in the best interests of pupils' learning and well-being. Schools often face pressure from families from differing views, and without the visible support of their local authority, they may struggle to enforce such a policy effectively. By standing firmly behind schools, this council will help ensure that head teachers and staff can prioritise education, safeguard pupils, and create a healthier learning environment without being undermined by external objections. By taking this clear position, this council also sets a strong example for academies and other non-maintained schools, encouraging them to adopt similar policies. This will help create a consistent approach across the county, reducing confusion for parents and ensuring all pupils benefit equally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lodge. So I'm now going to open this up to debate from the floor. I've got Mr. Richardson. Who else would like to speak? I've already got you, Mr. Connett, Alan Connett. Anyone else? Sorry, Denise Bickley. Okay, okay. Any others? Gosh, I am actually I'm gonna really struggle unless you're gonna keep your contributions really quick. If you can keep them quick, I'll get as many in as you possibly can. Okay, that was next. And I'll try and do you in order. Forgive us if we don't get it exactly right. I've got you, McGough. There are others over there. Okay. Who am I missing? Somebody, probably. Got Biederman. And Keeble. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of you. If you can keep your contributions short and to the point, that would be really helpful. Thank you very much. So, starting with Councillor Connett.
Thank you, Chairman. This morning, when I looked out, I decided to pack a coat and an umbrella. As I drove along Topsham Road, seeing the young people walking to the ISCA Technology College down the road, I admired their bravery, all walking with no coat, no umbrella, with the black clouds in the sky, and the worst that could happen to them if the skies opened was that they'd be drenched. I'd like to think that their parents were proffering on them a coat this morning. Take the coat, take the coat. And the youngsters were saying, no, no, it's not cool to wear a coat. That's one thing, that's one level of risk and danger, and we might say, well, children can take that risk, they have that choice. I suspect probably all of them, but many of them, will have a phone in their pocket, not aware of the risk. Councillor Bell will know when he proposed this motion, I wasn't entirely convinced. It should be a parent's responsibility, talk to their children. But in the past year or two, I've visited schools where they've implemented regimes such as taking the phones away, putting them in phone safes, so the children have an uninhibited day for the learning that they need to do, for the social engagements that they partake in the playground and other places. And so I support this motion, Chairman, because we need to provide the protective umbrella of support, not just as a council, but to our schools and others, and maybe parents who too are anguished by the opportunity a phone provides to get on the World Wide Net and look things up, not need to go to a reference library, but equally awfully aware of the power of such a phone to bring into every home, into every child's room, the sorts of things we would all say no one should see. So I support the motion, Chairman.
Thank you very much. And moving on to Councillor Richardson, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Councillor Bell for tabling this motion. I thought that as the councillor who most recently attended school, it is perhaps pertinent that I speak on this motion as well. In fact, it was only just over 5 years ago that I finished secondary education. So I start by saying that I am almost grateful that I attended school early in the social media age. However, even then it was quite clear the damage mobile phone use and social media had. Despite smartphones becoming a common thing for teenagers to have, since I went to school, the situation certainly has become a lot worse. Smartphones now become a regular distraction in many classrooms, at lunchtime, in the playground, before and after school. I was actually lucky to attend a school which already had a no smartphone use policy in place, which was generally well enforced. One thing I would say though, even though I do support this motion and I think it is very good, I do think it is important to recognise that the risks aren't just in the classroom and at school, they continue at home. I would go even further to recognise the harm social media has on young people whose minds are still developing, with dangerous and possibly extremist content being targeted at young people, as recognised in the Online Harms White Paper. A wider understanding of the effect of social media on children's well-being is needed, and key to that is educating parents on the true risks that social media poses. Many of councillors here were parents and some are probably to young children still, and I really would urge them to have these difficult conversations with their children about the way they use social media. ask them what is appropriate and what isn't. It is pertinent that parents have an understanding of the way children use it, because the hard truth is, you know, you have group chats that are used for bullying and coercion, but not just that. Young people are also at risk from harmful actors who are looking to take advantage of vulnerable young people. So I really do thank Councillor Bell for tabling this motion today, but I really do stress to this council that we must recognise the risk social media has, not just at school, but also at home. And so I really do encourage these difficult conversations to be had by parents with their children, so these young people can be promised a fantastic future where we try and mitigate as much as possible the harms that social media has. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, moving on to Councillor Bickley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Bell. Thank you, Councillor Richardson, for your comments there. I want to reiterate that, really. 2 children in my family, they're both teenagers. One is now 15 and so was 10 going into lockdown and is, I would say, severely addicted to his smartphone. And it is incredibly hard to limit that and get them off it. Their entire lives are wrapped around these phones. I absolutely agree that it is outside of school where the problem starts, but I think signing up and publicising the Smartphone Free Childhood campaign will bring that attention to that campaign to allow these conversations to be had with parents. Also 10 years of working in a primary school, this also applies to children below the age we're thinking here. This is primary as well. We see boxes and boxes of phones coming in with the year 5s and 6s, brand new iPhones, you know, much better than my phone and yours probably, and with no control over it probably from a lot of parents who perhaps aren't savvy about tech. So it's that conversation, and it's realising that they don't need it to go to high school. They can have something else, and it is so important to have those conversations. So I very much welcome this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And moving on to Councillor Fife-Cook, please.
As I was travelling here today, I had a slightly different view of people not coats, but I kind of counted the number of people that were on their mobile phone. And it really is amazing how people seem to be so glued to them. I didn't vote for this, even though I intend to support it, because I think that this is a much bigger issue, and I think the fact is that it can affect children's safety in a different way, about how to be in contact with their parents. I spoke with Councillor Bell beforehand, and I said I was fully in support of this. But it was just like recently, children were having to access an app to catch the bus. That's a problem if we are going to try and stop children using phones before they leave school. So in theory, I'm totally for this, but I'd hoped it would have gone for a deeper debate, because the fact is that we're trying to police the world, and unless the children and the parents are involved, the children won't take any notice of it, and that's a great shame. So I'm not against any of it, I just would have rather it had a deeper debate on it. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on to Hodgson. Yes, Councillor Hodgson, please.
Thank you. Just very quickly, just to say that we've known about the risks actually increasing, probably 20 years or something. Children can, you know, have things that the parents don't know about, and you can control what you can in the home. But when they go to school, it's a different world. And I think I think we actually have a duty. We know the risks. We know the risks are out there. And I think if we can exercise our responsibilities and duty to bring in this, you know, this proposal, I think it's really important to do it. And I thank the councillors for supporting it so far.
Thank you very much. Now, Councillor McGough, I think I'm right in saying you've withdrawn from speaking. Thank you. I very much appreciate that. Then we've got Councillor Biedermann, please.
Yeah, most of what I was going to say has been said, but I think I will add it does need to go further. You know, Councillor Fife-Cook is right, but this is a great first step, isn't it? But what I will say is the government don't let you get married till you're 16, they don't let you drink 18, gamble 18, all the rest of it. These phones are causing as much, if not more harm in many aspects to young people than all of those. So not that there's a problem with marriage properly, but certainly gambling, drinking, smoking, you know, it does cause harm. We do need to protect children, and I think it's time not only that we step up, but governments step up, A, by what the type of content that's allowed on these phones, but also when is an appropriate time to have a phone. I understand what you're saying about the app. They will get the phone back at the end of the day, so they will be able to look at the phone and see what time the bus is coming along. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wiedemann. And then I've just got Councillor Keeble and then Councillor Dawson is the last, please.
Thank you, Chair. And it's all been said before. My contribution is having worked my career with young people as advocate, project developer, fundraiser for facilities and services, and I still run my own village youth club. I support this motion. It's a starting point.
Thank you. Councillor Dawson.
Some of my points have already been made, so I won't mention those. I was just going to say that it's really the change that we've seen in technology, generation by generation, also feeds into this. So my feeling, which I've said to Councillor Bell, is that parents need support, and I don't think it's enough to say parents should be doing this, it's their responsibility. A parent who has never experienced that technology or the level of it or anything like addiction or anything like that, or hasn't used it or speaks to humans more than they look at phones, won't necessarily understand how it works and how it works with the brain. So I think the points that I'd raised previously when this was being cooked was just that I'd like to see some more sort of educative sessions, that are, even if they're online sessions for parents across Devon to be able to access to just try and learn something about it. Because even as I'm told quite an old parent, thanks, by my nearly teenager, there's some stuff that I don't understand, and I consider myself to be fairly on the ball. And I think the other point I was going to make about the going home, about using apps and things like that, it's also really, really helpful for children who are in the neurodiverse community. So my child, I'll need to, if the train doesn't arrive, she won't know to get onto the next train. We have to talk. I have to say, open your app, have a look at the map. What does it say there? What does it say there? And guide that through. And through having that kind of technology, we have some children that are able to go out in the world and travel to the school they want to and things like that. So I think there are some great things about technology, but there are some huge dangers as well. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I'm going to close the debate now and go back to Councillor Bell. You have the right to right of reply, and then we're going to come to the vote. Okay, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'll power through them. Just to regard to the Vice Chair's excellent points there, one thing that Safeguarding have said is that we now have parents of children, and the parents had smartphone and problems almost coming towards the tail of it. Now they're now bringing children into school who are having the same problem. They are not equipped to deal with the changes that are happening in the world. And of course, the neurodiverse community is essential, as is the diabetic community. There is, I think, within the motion, a call for exceptions and ways of dealing with it. Schools will need to find ways of dealing with those exceptions. Where those exceptions have been called for, they are very low in number, that because they brought this in. Just regards to Councillor Lodge, in Braunton schools, obviously all 6 Braunton schools from today are all smartphone free. That's a fantastic move in Braunton. 15% of parents were against it, possibly 45 to 80% of children, but I think they are coming round, and the children with problems, they have gone into school with their own brick phones. That's been the conversation in Braunton. They've all got their phones that I had in the year 2000, but much nicer looking. With regards to Councillor Richardson, thank you very much for your comments there. Risks do continue at home. This is part of a wider conversation. I think it is essential that we bringing the smartphone ban into schools does not fix a mental health crisis, but it starts a conversation where we can reduce mobile phones. As I said, there is less pressure on adults to buy phones for their children, and that is what can reduce mental health problems, and I think that's a good start in the right direction. Yes, Councillor Fife-Cook, you are quite correct, and I am concerned about this move with Stagecoach to have an app-based discount system. We talk about digital exclusion as a real concern where people can't get online, but actually you've got to look at it the other way. If people are simply, in this case it would be children without mobile phones, but adults without mobile phones, not accessing a discount because Stagecoach don't want to give it to you, that is an area for concern and something I hope we would address if we're moving forward in that direction. With regards to Frank, Councillor Biederman, yes, you're quite right, we do need to take this to every level. I hope that this will generate interest. I know that the MP for South Devon has tried to raise this through Parliament and has struggled in the past. So I would recommend that we as a council might want to write to our MP to bring that forward. And yes, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And good debate, thank you. So I'm going to move us directly on to the vote. So those in favour? Well, that's not difficult, is it? Any against? Any abstentions? An abstention there. 2 abstentions. Okay. Thank you. Well, clearly carried. Great. Lovely. Okay. And thank you so much for people for keeping their comments quick and adding rather than repeating. Much appreciated. Okay, so we're now moving on to agenda item 15, which is reducing food waste in supermarkets, farming and hospitality through mandatory distribution. This is a second new motion, notice of motion from Councillor Neil Stevens and would normally be referred to Cabinet. However, I understand it is the wish of the Council that this motion is debated on the day. Where are you? There you are. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So the first thing we need to do is we need to vote for this to, it just says vote. Yes, to vote to be debated. I need to amend my notes. Sorry. Okay, so all those in favour of it being debated today? Okay, any against? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, one at the back, a couple at the back. Okay, so we've got, have you got those? Yeah, so definitely carried. So I'm now going to call about a call on Councillor Neil Stevens to move the notice of motion. You can speak now or reserve your right to speak later, and then we'll move on to the seconder. Thank you.
If I could reserve my right to speak later and hand it over to my seconder.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe Councillor Fry is seconding this motion. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right to speak later?
Thank you. I'd prefer to speak now, please.
Yeah, right ahead. Thank you very much.
I'd just like to second it straight away and also thank Neil for bringing this forward today. Chair and colleagues, firstly, credit must go to a local lady called Ronnie who gives her time for free. She collects surplus food and delivers it to schools and charities here in Exeter. Ronnie is inspirational. I stand here today asking for your support because if one volunteer can do so much on her own, imagine what could be achieved with proper legislation and support. Every week in this country, tons of perfectly edible food end up in the bin. Loaves of bread thrown into a skip because the sell-by date is looming. Perfectly good vegetables left to rot in fields because they do not meet the supermarket's cosmetic standards. Even mislabelled packaging leads to good food being thrown away. And yet here in Exeter, families are struggling to put food on the tables. Food banks, community kitchens and community refrigerators are working flat out but still cannot meet demand. In Exeter alone, community groups are turning away families because their shelves are bare, while supermarkets throw food away that is perfectly edible. Parents are skipping meals, pensioners are choosing between heating or eating. This is a moral failure. and an environmental one. Food waste is one of the biggest drivers of carbon emissions. It represents wasteland, wasted water and wasted energy, all while our neighbours go hungry. The scale is staggering. UK supermarkets waste an estimated 200,000 tonnes of edible food every year. The hospitality sector throws away over 1 million tonnes annually, and our farms see surplus crops ploughed back into their fields. Despite many good voluntary schemes, far too much safe-to-eat food never makes it to the table. But solutions exist. In July 2016, France passed a law requiring large supermarkets to donate unsold, edible food to charities. This resulted in millions of meals being provided, charities strengthened, and reduced the environmental impact of landfills. This is proven and it works. If France can legislate to combat food waste and provide meals for people in need, why can't we? Here in the UK, some supermarkets have stepped up voluntarily to redistribute, but not all do. And without a level playing field, the gaps remain too wide. Sorry, I've lost my place. This motion is not about punishing businesses, it's about fairness, consistency and common sense. We call for national legislation requiring supermarkets, major farms and hospitality providers to redistribute safe, edible surplus food. We call for greater transparency, better reporting and stronger partnerships with organisations like Essentials Bank, Exeter Food Action, Food Cycle, Fair Share, Neighbourly and Devon Food Partnerships. They are already doing amazing work, but they need a reliable supply. Colleagues, this is an opportunity to show leadership, to say loud and clear, no good food should ever end up in the bin while people in our communities go hungry. Let's build on the success of others. Let's strengthen. And when we have already built a fantastic Devon, let's build it stronger. And let's send a message to government that time for voluntary half measures is over. Redistribution must be the rule, not the exception. Thank you.
Beautifully timed, Councillor Fry. 17 minutes, seconds, not minutes, seconds. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm now going to open the floor to debate. So I've got Councillor Cox to start with, Councillor Kearney, Councillor Rogers, Councillor Bell, thank you. I can't hear Hodgson. Okay, sorry, Councillor Hodgson. Sorry if I get all these in the wrong order. Councillor Julian. Any more? Scanning. If I've missed you, forgive me. So let's start with Councillor Cox, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I support this motion, but I would like to say, from a practical thing, as chairman of and volunteer for a food bank, we're based in King Stainton. Thanks to Sabelco, we've got their old social club, free of charge. Bizarrely, there is a disadvantage in having loads of food, because we tend to get feast or famine. So, for example, a well-known supermarket gives us loads of cakes and loads, and you think that's manna from heaven, but that means I've got to dedicate a vehicle to go and pick that up, and volunteers to pick that up, normally it's short-dated food, so we're almost giving it away to other people who aren't necessarily desperate for food, and so there is a disadvantage in getting all the food in one go and short-dated. And of course, the other thing is now with ingredients, we've got the photocopier sticking out sticky labels, because we have to put all the ingredients of a sticky bun onto the bag when we give the sticky buns out. So it's not entirely without its disadvantage. Now, you'd think being given loads of food was manna from heaven for a food bank, but it can be difficult for us. There are lean periods where we have to go and buy food because, of course, and it tends to be the sort of things that are short-dated bread. There's only so much bread you can give out. There's only so many cakes you can give people. So I would caution that food isn't free. Great, we've got a local sausage maker who gives us loads of sausages. We can freeze those, but we can't freeze many other items. And effectively, it actually can be a bit of a headache to be given food, though we never say no. I just want to say that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. So, Councillor Canley.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wholeheartedly support this motion. It is a fantastic idea to spread the wealth, especially the wealth of supermarkets who have an awful lot of say in what we eat and how we produce things. There is one little word of caution that I would say, and as a restaurateur, the Food and Safety Act precludes you from using an awful lot of food. And if things are out of date, the law has to be changed there. So we have to be careful that some of the food which is thrown away has to be thrown away, because if it wasn't thrown away, they would be breaking the law and being prosecuted for it. So although I completely support this, we have to be careful that we don't go after some of these people who would do good because they have to follow the law. Thank you.
Thank you, that's very helpful. So, moving on to Councillor Rogers, please.
Thank you, Chair. I wholeheartedly support this, and in my own division, we're trying to merge 2 social supermarkets for the benefit of people in need. One of the challenges on both social supermarkets is the location chosen is on yellow lines. So there's food, you have a 2-hour window where the food will arrive, and you have to get all hands to the deck to unload that food. I'm going to be asking officers to work with us to make sure those vehicles don't get parking tickets, which has happened in the past in one of the 2 locations.
Again, thank you. Councillor Bell, please. Okay, contribution already made. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. I think it's fantastic to hear what's happening in Exeter, what's happening elsewhere. Certainly in my division, Totnes has long been doing food in community, and certainly during COVID, it was a fantastic resource that just kicked straight into action and was really supportive, and has continued to be so. Every month in Totnes there's a free lunch that everybody can go to. Whether you pay what you feel, if you haven't got any money, you have a lovely lunch and you have to meet new friends. It's really good. So there's a lot that goes on around food, which is very, very community building, and I think it's amazing. The cautions have already been said about, what happens with food safety, etc. So I think on that basis, there's a call really that, and I think it's in this, very interestingly, to look at supermarkets and the role they can play. And I think maybe we should be looking to them to actually be the sort of stopgap outlets. I know a lot of them are open too late, they don't want a lot of people hanging around, but I think there's a way that they could do that to avoid some of the issues that Councillor Cox raised, because it is a challenge. I know that some people have places that there's a community fridge, for example, in South Brent that I'm aware of, where people can drop stuff off and others can pick it up, but it is a bit open to potential, problems. But anyway, it's all good, and there's lots of really good stuff, and I think it's really good to take this back to the government as well and try and get them to be sort of looking at how they can make a better legislation to prevent food waste as well as redistribute it better. But my portfolio actually includes food waste, and I'm aware that there's been a lot of work within that the part of that directorate which has looked at how to reuse food, and we've redistributed the using up leftovers, etc., like that, to help people who can access waste food so they can actually make better use of it. But I think maybe we could look in there a little bit stronger and see if there's something we could do on a website to help with some of the outlets so that people can find it. Maybe not the kids in school without their phones, but the mums and dads at home can see if they can find some food for the evening that's going free, because there's a lot of good stuff, good fruit. It's not all just cakes, but fruit and all sorts of things that can be helpful to people when they're a bit short of money and food. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Julian.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I support this. I think you do a brilliant job there. But it is sad, isn't it, that the supermarkets want to keep the price up to make as much profit as possible. Because I know a lot of farmers that grow carrots and everything, they have forked carrots. You must have seen this on the TV. Forked carrots, oh, that's no good, forked carrots. No, I might have 3 forks on there. We want a nice long carrot. Oh, we sell that one. So this is where you've got a lot of food banks. They're closing down because there isn't enough food, because they want to keep the price up. The farmers are ploughing it in because the supermarkets don't want to accept the farmers' food because, like I brought up before, wonky food. Oh my God, you see a wonky bit of food, we can't have that. But, you know, we've all got to eat. And these poor people and families and the retired people that are struggling now with less money to have in their pockets because of the government. So therefore, they feel proud. They're proud people from their being in the past. But we do need to keep these banks open. We do need to have all these places open for the people that can't afford it. It is so sad that we, after the war, I mean, I wasn't in the war, but I'm just saying after the war, that people were on rations and everything. And now we're in 2025, and from years before that, we've got rations, you know, food banks. I mean, who would ever think we'd have to have food banks? It's absolutely crazy. But there you are, we're here now, so therefore we've got to help the people. We want to program the supermarkets not to plough, you know, to accept the food from the farmers and not force the farmers to plough it in so they can make more profits. It's disgusting the way it goes on, and we've got to look after one another. We all need one another. We need to look after one another. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ketchin, so sorry.
Yeah, I think it's a great motion. The idea behind it's spot on, and I don't think there sounds like anyone against that. I think the motion would be stronger if it's in five parts currently, and really to me what we're doing here is asking for national legislation the way that the French have been done. I see Councillor Stevens nodding to that, and maybe you can talk to that at the end. I think the last 2 points, 4 and 5, talk about local partnership and accountability of where the food goes. To my mind, much of that already happens, and really the thrust of this motion is push this up the chain now and let's have a national oversight of this and get some real action. I know lots of people, not just food banks, it's not just food banks that are redistributing food in Exeter and the surrounds. Some of it's churches going out to local collection points, all sorts of initiatives going on. I think lots has already been done, and I don't necessarily feel it's for us to go and say, you know, we're going to support food share and all. I think a lot of that stuff's been on. Let's really be clear on what we're trying to do here. Get some national legislation. We've got limited voice, limited clout in what we do in that. We can speak to our local, our national parties, of course, as well. We all have MPs. But I think really this motion would be stronger if it was just the first 3 points, which is to get national legislation essentially. So I would propose an amendment on that basis to just have this motion to be the first 3 points.
Do you have a seconder for your amendment? Thank you. Councillor Hayward came in first with that. So are you... I'm just going to check with officers about exactly what we do with that.
So just to be clear, Councillor Ketchin has proposed an amendment and Councillor Hayward has seconded that within the motion where the council resolves to, you're proposing deleting bullet point 4 and point 5 and just focusing on points 1 to 3, which is the national...
That's right. Currently it says this council resolves to, and there's 5 points. And I think the first 3 points are the thrust of the motion. My amendment is to drop points 4 and 5, please.
There's 2 ways the council can deal with this. If the mover of the motion, Councillor Stevens, accepts that, it doesn't need to be treated as a formal amendment. If he doesn't accept that, we need to go forward as a formal amendment. So we then conduct a debate on the amendment, take a vote. and whether that's lost or won will determine what happens next. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you. So, Councillor Stevens, do you accept the amendment as and to change your motion as a result of that, or?
Yeah, we're a team effort. We're trying to work together, and I do accept that amendment, dropping 4 and 5, sir.
Okay, so thank you. So for clarity, let's get the right bit. So the first three, where the section that says this council therefore resolves to, that we will include 1, 2 and 3.
Point of order.
So I don't know who that is. Councillor Richardson?
Sorry. I see that we've got these lovely screens here, and I do recall from the last council, it was discussed that when we get into amending motions, that they be used. So is that something we could do? Is that all right?
Almost like using technology.
Yeah, the actual wording is outlined on the agenda. We're just proposing removing 2 sections, which is already printed up. If we were looking at additional words, we have got the technology set up to do that in the chamber today. Okay, thank you. It's a good point, well made, but thank you for that. So basically what we're looking at is, as Karen has just said, removing 4 and 5, okay? So the mover has accepted that. You have not yet spoken, Councillor Stevens. Would you like to do so now?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillors.
Oh, it's a right of reply, so...
Yeah, so wrapping up. So thank you, Chair, Councillors. I've taken all your points on board. A lot of these questions have already been given to me, and we're in the process of getting answers to these about sell-by dates. This debate boils down to simple truth. Edible food is being wasted while people are going hungry. Voluntary schemes help, but they leave a massive gap. By backing this motion, we're not asking Devon County Council to take on a new burden. We're asking government to act, to follow the French example, to legislate and to make sure surplus foods feed people, not landfills. This is practical, fair and urgently needed. It cuts waste, helps the environment and supports our communities. And I'd like to finish by saying this isn't about policy papers or statistics alone. It's about people who Ronnie was here this morning, but sadly she's gone, who are out there every week making sure food doesn't go to waste and no one, young or old, forgoes meals. The French can get over it, these barriers, so can we. Let's cut the red tape. Colleagues, no good food should go to waste. I ask you to join me in sending this message today. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillors.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Stevens. So I'll move directly to the vote. All those in favour? That's quite clearly carried. Any abstentions? Any against? Is it unanimous? Great, thank you very much. So, moving on to agenda item 16. I thought there was some drama going on down there, which is always fun. The third new notice of motion is from Councillor Youssef and would normally be referred to Cabinet. This is the zero tolerance to hate crime. Councillor, I understand it's the wish of Council to debate this today?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So, which way round is it? It doesn't say here. So, I think you get to speak first. No, wrong way round. We get to vote on, do we want to debate this today as Council? Yeah, so we're going to vote on that now. So, all those in favour of it being debated today? Okay. Any of those against? Any abstentions? Okay, some abstentions, but carried. Lovely. In which case, Councillor Youssef, would you like to speak now to your motion?
Thank you, Chair. Can I use my 7 minutes or 3 minutes now?
7 minutes.
7 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you to fellow councillors. To be really honest, I'm feeling shame to bring this in here and sad as well in 21st century for hate crime in the council. Okay, let's start. In the 21st century, we should be moving forward together, but sadly, looks like we are going backward. In many ways, we are going backwards. This is why I'm bringing this motion on zero tolerance to hate crime to Devon County Council. Why this matter? In the current climate, we have seen rising hostility towards asylum seekers, immigrants, and minority communities across Devon. These are people who live here lawfully, who work here really hard in many different sectors, who pay their taxes and who contribute enormously to our local economy and to our society that deserve to be treated with the same respect and dignity as everyone else. It is unfair and unacceptable when people who are key to our community, such as doctors, nurses, carers, business owners, taxi drivers, delivery drivers, and many others, face discrimination safely because of their background. Hate crime also targets other groups, including our LGBT communities and people with disabilities. No one should live in fear of abuse, prejudice, or violence simply for being who they are. Our responsibilities as councillors, we have a duty to set the standard. We cannot allow hate and division to take root in Devon. A clear message of zero tolerance is needed. To protect our community, to reassure those who feel vulnerable, and to show that Devon is a place of fairness, safety, and respect. Therefore, I ask my fellow councillors to support this motion today. Let's use debate in full council, rather than prefer to cabinet. This is not an issue that can wait. It is a matter of safety, dignity, and justice for our residents. Together, we can show leadership. Together, we can send a message that Devon does not tolerate hate in any form. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to bring forward this motion, and I argue to every councillor to support this. I still got 3 minutes. I'd like to add some more, please. Thank you. 2023 to 2024, the police report about hate crime, 26% raise on race and religion, and others 34%. I don't believe this police report because simply the reporting system is very poor, and they never provide the right figure because of reporting system. And I'm campaigning for that because of the climate. Present climate is everywhere, every day is happening. Just 2 days ago, I received an email from County Council Equality team. They sent the message. I'm sure Donna and Maria are also aware of it. That's what I informed. I feel shame and sad. The family came from Turkey. They live in Exeter. The husband is solicitor, criminal law solicitor. His wife doing PhD on medical science. They're highly educated people. They've been victim badly on the nearest college. Police came, did not arrest that. They let them to go. They're saying we are British. Yes, everyone respect British. That don't make any difference. But when he's saying I'm a British and you hitting somebody, that's not acceptable, and police let it go. There, after that incident, there was helpless, hopeless, no help. They came to County Council, they're asking for help. County Council did refer to me. Yes, I did straight away contact. I make a contact with the PPC. Alison Hernandez, the crime commissioner. I complained to Chief Constable, and I said, that's not acceptable from the police. So where is the protection? The next day, straight away, they did contact with them. But the saddest thing is, first thing in the morning when I came in here, I saw they are waiting in outside, the poor people. They got bruise on their face, they got bruise on their body. It's not acceptable. They was trying to meet everyone in here, the council, to show their body, how the bruises. They don't deserve. The lady can't complete her PhD now because it's a trauma. It's a sad. Why we are double standard? When somebody come in a delivery driver to in your house, bringing the food, and you giving a tips, then you saying migrant worker taking all our jobs, using a taxi, you going to doctor, a doctor saving your life, and why they have to be abused and discrimination? That should not be accepted. And I believe deep down my heart, today is a big test in this house to support. We are not racist. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, someone just whispered in my ear, but I couldn't hear what that was. Thank you, Saeed, for that very emotional speech. Moving on, though, seconder, Councillor Lodge, would you like to speak now or reserve your right to speak later?
I'll speak now, please, Chair.
You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to second this motion. I believe that we should demonstrate zero tolerance to hate crime to protect vulnerable communities, to uphold equality and human rights, and to foster a safe, inclusive environment across our county. Every individual, whether living here permanently or temporarily, should be able to live without fear or discrimination or violence. We must ensure that we as a council have the public's trust while demonstrating leadership in promoting social cohesion. Having zero tolerance isn't just a value. It is essential in supporting our statutory duties, in our safeguarding responsibilities, and in our criminal justice partnerships. I'm pleased to second this motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lodge. I'm now opening this up for debate now. I've got Councillor Ed Hill, Wilson, Arnott. I'm going to try and get a bit across the room so we get a bit of a mix-up. Arnott, Rogers, Fry, Brazil, Neil Stevens, Cox.
Granger.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Granger. Hello. Hang on. Granger. Wiedemann. McGough. Five Cook. Bell. Any more? Oh, you're at the end. Okay, thank you. Okay. Right. So, Councillor Hill, over to you.
Thank you. It's just a very quick question, really. I'd just like to ask, what exactly is it that you're asking Devon County Council to commit to that we haven't already committed to? That's it.
Thank you. I'm sure that Councillor Said, Councillor Youssef will come back to you in his right of reply unless officers are able to, at this point. I think we've noted that and we'll come back to you. Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Youssef, for bringing this motion, which I heartily support. I'm just going to make a couple of points. A couple have been made before. Council and councillors have a pivotal role to play in supporting and promoting cohesiveness and safety in our communities, as has already been said. We have been elected not just to represent those who voted for us, but all residents in our wards, in all their diversity. Hate crime takes many forms and can and does happen throughout Devon, as we have just so eloquently and tragically heard. Victims suffer from long-term anxiety, mistrust, anger and isolation. Hate crime causes community tensions and can escalate quickly. For this reason, as councillors, we must be active and vigilant in standing against all forms of hate crime. Devon County Council, supporting the Zero Tolerance to Hate Crime Week, sends a clear message which we must follow up all year round, including today. And I would also like to add that I would like to see if Devon County Council can particularly promote this special week in schools, as unfortunately we hear that hate crime incidents are on the increase in schools, which is extremely concerning. So those are my points, and I fully support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Moving on to Councillor Arnott, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you hugely, Saeed, for that incredibly moving speech, but also to the people who came here at the front of the building today. This is a terrible thing to have happened to them. I'm afraid I'm going to up the ante. I'm not going to be very nice about this. I'm going to call this out for what it is. So most of you will know I'm leader of East Devon District Council. We have the hotel, the Hampton Hotel, is in our district. And it has been, for the last 4 weeks, surrounded by, and I'll call it a mob, it is an extraordinary mob offering horrible verbal abuse to the residents of the hotel. Why does this matter? Because you need to get your facts right. The hotel has been targeted because it has been put around specifically by Reform members and Conservative members, and I can name them, but I won't here, but they have online, that hotel has people who have come across on small boats. No, it doesn't. And it is beholden upon Councillor Fife-Cook and Councillor Ledbetter to do something to make that clear to the membership, your members, so that that can get pushed back to these people who are sending these mobs down. Terrible things were said. A Conservative Exeter councillor said, with a megaphone, on video, it's out there, migrants are a threat to women. We all know what she was saying. It's absolutely outrageous. So this isn't just theoretical or academic or, oh yes, we must be, equalities and all that kind of stuff. This isn't fluffy. This is affecting Saeed's friends who are getting beaten up in Exeter. And it's affecting the people who are the residents who are seeking asylum in a hotel a few miles from here. Now, what are they doing in that hotel? They are being processed rather slowly. Most of them, they come from 20 different countries. Many of them come from places you can't even think of. They're escaping drugs crime in Central and Southern America. They're political refugees. They are people who have helped our forces in foreign countries. And yet we are somehow allowing an absolutely toxic group of people to go there and bang on the side of coaches as wives or mothers and children, as I should say, are trying to leave the building. They're loitering around after the protest. Oh, let's wait for them to come out. The mothers and children come out, bang, bang, bang. It's just awful. And it's happening here now. It's happening here now. And this council has a responsibility. Its political leadership has a responsibility. And I'm very fond of Councillor Fife-Cook, But I have to say, any of the Reform members going up to Birmingham for the conference today or tomorrow, you need to push this back up through your leader, Nigel Farage, because Councillor Fife Cook and I stood next to each other in June, putting the flag up in commemoration of Windrush Day. And that was a fantastic thing. And we sincerely meant that. And my God, those people suffered an injustice, didn't they? But if that's going to mean anything, you need to go up to Birmingham and you need to close down Nigel Farage, because he has spent all the time since then whipping up hatred against minorities. And please don't stand up anybody and say no, he hasn't, because that is exactly what this summer has been about. And I'm afraid on the generic wing of the Conservative Party, that has happened as well. So I'm sorry, Chair, to have gone a bit hardball, but somebody's got to say it in this room once. Somebody's got to say it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, moving on, and actually, you know, this is maybe out of order a little bit, but to hear the stories of the mums and the children being too frightened to go out and take advantage of activities put on by Devon County Council because of groups of people intimidating them, and they fear that there is going to be physical violence to them, and let alone trauma. It is not the Devon that I recognise. It is certainly not the Devon that I am comfortable with. So I'm grateful to you, to be perfectly honest, Councillor Arnott, for being clear about what you've just said. Thank you. So after that, I'm going to move on to Councillor Rogers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and full respect to the Councillor for raising this motion. I speak to colleague Coastmasters around the Devon and around the country who are subject to the same hatred that is unacceptable. I fully support this motion. I ask that the police are absolutely made aware of this and they have the resources to deal with this situation.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. Moving on, Councillor Fry, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, Councillor Youssef, I'm terribly sorry to hear of your friends who have been attacked. And can I say on my behalf, as far as I joined Reform, I did not join for any intention of being racist or otherwise. I would just like to say, with regard to Councillor Arnold's point, when you get these demonstrations, no matter what the demonstration is about, the same as football matches, you will get football hooligans and you will get football supporters. And I don't think, in all honesty, you can just say, well, it is because it's Reform. I do take offence at that. I am not racist. I have many, many friends, not all British. So I do take offence of that. As I said, I am terribly sorry to hear of that. I did see the post on Facebook this morning on my way here, and I did see the photos of the grazes on the gentleman's hands. It's not acceptable, but as I say, there are football hooligans and there are football supporters. They are two totally different things, and I think we need to just remember that as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. So can I move on to Councillor Brazil, please?
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you for that, Councillor Fry. I mean, it's good to hear, and you know, I wouldn't want to cast aspersions about anyone's prejudices or not prejudices that they had. I think the point that Councillor, that Paul, my colleague Paul was making, is that we all have a responsibility to be careful about how we engage in these kinds of debates, because there is no doubt that there is a lot of frustration in this country and anger, and with that kind of frustration and anger, it gives the opportunity for people to whip people up into a frenzy, which is unhelpful, unnecessary, and in my view, quite un-British. Thank you, Said, for bringing this motion. But like you, in a way, I'm ashamed that we have to bring this motion now. But there's absolutely no doubt that in this country now, that we are beginning to lose some of the values that I cherish, and I hope all the other councillors do cherish as well. And that is around tolerance and inclusiveness and fairness. And I think as a country, we have always celebrated those values, and I want to be able to say that we celebrate them again. And I would just ask people who, for whatever reasons, to understand that we are all in it together. And I understand your frustrations and I understand your anger, but to take that out on minorities in this country is absolutely the wrong thing to do. We must be together, and to divide us is the wrong thing. So thank you for bringing this motion. It's a shame that we have to do it, but I think it's absolutely right. And as leader of this council, I stand in full solidarity with Syed and your colleagues and your friends, and I apologize, and it's just awful that they've been victimised as they have. But it's a shame that we have to do it, but I think we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brazil. Can I move now on to Councillor Neil Stevenson, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Stevens, so sorry.
Really well presented then, and Councillor Arnott, everything taken on board, and I think we've already said our motion. But what are we looking at now? What we've got to do is work together. This is going to bring us together, so these have to be discussed, and I totally respect that. The only thing I'm going to say about challenges, what we have to work as a team is the definition creep. Okay, what exactly counts as a hate crime? Right? Could ordinary disagreements or offensive joke land somebody under police investigation? Freedom of speech, these are questions I'm putting we have to answer or discuss. How do we balance free expression with zero tolerance? Policies at risk, criminalisation of opinions. And my last one, bear with me, is equality of treatment. Are we protecting all residents equally, or is the policy open to selective enforcement dependent on who complains? I totally support you, sir, and I will put my hand up in support. But we also got to put these questions in the background, and these have to be answered. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Good questions, actually, because clarity helps. It really does help. I mean, I think, we all know that as councillors, and again, this is maybe out of order and there may be more to add to this, but, the part of the reason for this motion is to reiterate that as a new council, that we are clear that this is a council where we have zero tolerance of crime. I have been sent some terribly helpful definitions of crime, of harmful talk and so on and so forth. So actually what I will do is I will seek to distribute that and to work with the communities team to make sure that all councillors have that information to hand. I mean, I think the other thing, I will come back to you later, but I will happily do that. Okay. I mean, I suppose no. The only thing I would say is that we have signed up to debate, not hate. We are bound by the equalities law, and that includes matters of all sorts of various diversity. We shouldn't need this kind of motion, in my view, and forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn. We should not be in a position where anybody has to even talk about this stuff. It should not be a problem, but it is a problem, which is why this motion has been brought. So I'm going to carry on with the debate now, if I may, and move on to Councillor Cox. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In Timoth, on our seafront, we have a vase given to us by the refugees in 1919. They're thanking the people of Timoth for opening their homes and their hearts to the burials and refugees during the war. And close by is a memorial to our town's Victoria Cross winner. And James Smythe won the Victoria Cross leading Sikhs. A lot of them died, a lot of them were casualties, and he won that. He went on in the 1960s to help the Sikh community, mainly immigrants, to get jobs and to argue that they should be allowed to wear the turban, their religious headgear. And it's now horrible thought. I've been told by a Torbay colleague that the Sikh councillor in Torbay is afraid to go out because of the abuse he's been getting. And that is sad. One minute they are heroes, the next minute they are not. Well, a century apart. And it's really sad that we've come to this. So I hope this motion will get unanimous backing from this council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next we have Councillor Granger, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the touching speech as well. I find it very admirable. However, I must fundamentally disagree with this motion, and that is largely because of the concept of hate crime, which I reject. To me, crime is crime, and we don't need to add hate to that, as hate is subjective. One person's fair criticism is another person's hate speech and hate crime. And I appreciate that this is outlined in the Equality Act. However, personally, I reject the Equality Act as I feel like that actually promotes discrimination through the use of positive action. I will always fight against discrimination, and I'll always advocate for free speech. I feel like this motion on supporting anything with the concept of hate speech or hate crime is just yet another nail in the coffin of free speech. And because of that, I can't support this. I believe it was very noble what you're trying to do, and I thank you for that. But I believe the route to evil is laid with good intentions, and I feel like this is a dangerous path we're going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Biedermann.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Saeed, my friend. You've done incredibly well there, especially I know it's a matter so close to your heart. So, Chair, I can't add a lot. I think the thing that I've reflected on while I've sat and listened to the debate is the importance of political language. It sort of reminds me of why we had the Debate Not Hate campaign that we referred to earlier. It's important that we stand up for our communities. We have different ideas of how that might happen. But the most important thing is that we actually respect each other, whatever our background is. And, you know, hopefully everybody will support this. And I sort of reflected, and I've been looking on the website and looked at my own page, where it states, sorry, there's a problem with the microphone up there, I'm going to stand up. It states, I have been elected as a county councillor for the electoral division of Fremington Rural. I intend to serve the interests of all residents regardless of political persuasion. Well, I certainly want to add to mine, and I hope colleagues might as well, that resident, so it's regardless of political persuasion, whatever their gender, race, disability, creed, age, colour, sexual orientation, or gender reassignment I don't need to say treated. And I just think that's a good way to keep reminders, because I suspect we all visit our own page quite regularly to check on it, because the reality is we have been elected to represent absolutely everybody without fear or favour. So that's what I'd like added to mine. I would invite members to add that to them and obviously support Saeed's motion. I think it's that important, Chair. I would like to move that we actually have a recorded vote on this matter and just to show people the support we've got for Saeed's motion, but most importantly, we do serve everyone in our communities without fear or favour. Thank you.
Thank you. It's noted that you've asked for a roll call. Do we do the vote on that now or before the
You
vote?
wait for the end of the debate,
Okay,
and then
wait,
it's
okay.
a simple majority.
Yeah,
I'll vote
okay.
on whether or not you want to roll call.
Yeah, thank you. So, thank you, Councillor Biederman. Can I ask Councillor McGough for your contribution to the debate, please?
Thank you very much. Councillor Youssef, I've known you now for many, many years. We've had a lot of interesting conversations together, sometimes a little bit heated, but we get to the bottom, whatever the issue is at the time. So I support this motion. I support this motion not because it's you, Councillor Youssef, because I do like you. I understand what you go through, okay? And the ethnic minorities, or any minorities even within Devon, to me, that doesn't interest me in the slightest. I'm not racist. I stand up for Devon only. No, British only, to be honest. I'm a British citizen. British values, British laws come first for me, okay? That includes everybody. I couldn't care whether you're white, pink, blue, whatever colour you want to be, okay? If you're a resident of Devon and you're going to confine to the law and abide to that law, I support you wholeheartedly, okay? Where I think is really wrong is that minute is obviously national level. I think the press should be held accountable. I just believe it's absolutely the rift that's caused in the country at the moment. You get your own house in order first before you can help anybody else. And in my views, we need to get Britain back on its feet again. If you can take legal immigrants in, I welcome them with open arms. If you can contribute something to our society, you're welcome. If you can't, you're not welcome, in my mind, because British must come first. Same with the housing. Where the issues lay with the housing crisis at the moment is we got my residents, my house, in my area at the moment, they've been waiting on the list 10, 15 years and they can't get the housing, okay? If we can sort the housing out for the British first, if you're British born, sort them out first, I don't see what any issue is with it. To me, there is no issue. Sort the British out first, then if you can help anybody else, open them with, help them with open arms, okay? I'm Catholic in religion. I think religion is an absolute toxic discussion because we've all got different views out there. You know, whatever I believe, I will not force on somebody else, but I will not change my own beliefs. But I'm here with an open heart to everybody, and I wanted to support this motion. I've always supported this motion, and I want to give my residents the background why I'm supporting your motion. Okay, I'm not going to be hand-whipped into nothing or feel like I'm being racist towards anybody if I don't agree with not looking after British first. I do. And I think if the country had a backbone like that, I think it'd be great. Councillor Arnott, I personally believe you kind of got closer crossing the line with me when you started attacking the Conservatives and the Reform. Okay, you're more welcome to that's your own personal views, and unfortunately, I believe you nearly incited a little bit of the unwelcome stuff we wanted in this chamber. That just echoes on a national level. I'm so pleased with the former councillors where you held yourself there together. So thank you very much. There's no point in fighting each other. We're here today to get the best outcome for Devon. Okay, not my own personal views coming into it. It's the best for Devon. Devon comes first for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGough. Next we have Councillor Fife Cook, and after that, Councillor Bell. Thank you.
Right, 5 minutes is it? Gosh, that's going to be difficult. We say we sign up to the
Although we are kind of, time is ticking by because there's been so many. So if you are entitled to 5 minutes, but I ask you to consider whether or not you need 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for informing me there. I will keep it as short as possible. Sorry, I can't hear anything. What's that? Can I start? Thank you. We signed up to... No, let me start somewhere else. Saeed, I'm really sorry that you've been treated that way. I'm not a racist, and I hope you realise that. And I don't take kindly to my friends and people over this side being called racist, and also the Tories. That is... Yes, you did. You might by influence. I think that if we are going to sign up to debate, not hate, then we ought to sign up to the spirit of it. We shouldn't dislike each other, even if we don't like each other's policies. I ask whether this is deliverable, and I think the problem is I can't vote for it, even though you know I should. for the simple reason it isn't defined. And in real life, good people don't need this kind of legislation. We don't need it because the fact is we're decent people. You're trying to get through to people who are hateful. And I would hope that whatever colour they are, whatever creed they are, we are all against that. But equally, are we not hypocritical, even in this place, by asking others to do something that we cannot? And what I say to that is quite clearly, we know we have trouble with bullying here. I have a councillor who has been bullied by other councillors. I know of councillors who have made life difficult for county officers, and I don't mean just asking awkward questions. We are not on moral ground. I'm sorry, but we are not. If we are going to call everybody out for every indiscretion, then we better be better at what we are doing. So I'm sorry, I would love to support your motion, but I don't think that I have the right, and literally because I don't think most of us live up to the standards we would wish to. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to Councillor Bell, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to address that, I mean, as a society, we are better than we were, and that's important to remember. As a child, one of the houses I grew up in, a guest house in Margate, was a few doors down from another guest house with, quote, no colours in the window. Those signs are gone. In the last 100 years, we've seen votes for women, we've seen equality for, we've seen same-sex marriage, we've seen a massive reduction, we've seen equality across race, across gender, and this is good. But the reason I think this is important to bring this today is because we have to continuously reaffirm that this is a tenuous thing. We have 100 years moving towards equality, 150 years of moving towards equality. Great. We have 12,000 years where we didn't achieve that. We can lose everything we've fought so hard for over the years, everything that so many people have worked so hard towards. The reason I think this should be brought today is that, I had to write this down, Ibrahim Kendi, in his book, How to be an Anti-Racist, he says, the opposite of racist is not racist. The opposite of racist is anti-racist. We need to be anti-intolerant here, and that is why I think we need to reaffirm with great regularity what we stand for and what we will not stand for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. I've got Councillor Dawson and then Councillor Lodge. I think I have got, oh, you seconded, haven't you? Yes, sorry. Sorry, it's just a slightly different area. Yes, Councillor Dawson and then Councillor Connett. And then I'm going to bring this debate to the end because time is getting on. Thank you. Councillor Dawson.
Thank you. The meat of what I was going to say has been said by others, and I'm not allowed to repeat points. So I'm just going to make one little point, which is about jokes. And someone said, what, can we not tell jokes anymore? I want to tell you about my childhood as someone who was not born in Britain, but has white privilege. And if you don't know about white privilege, you need to get to know. My whole family were absolutely harassed for being Irish back in the 80s and 70s and before. As a result of which, an Englishman, an Irishman, and fill the gap, walk into a pub. The Irishman's always the thick one. So I didn't try hard at school because I thought there was no point. So I didn't go to university until years later when I suddenly realised, actually, who am I listening to here? And this is just bullying of an emotional and unintelligent way. It's the jokes. It's telling people, you are from this nation, therefore this is true about you. And I would say to anyone, I'll pick on white British men, if you go abroad, are you smashing bottles? Are you rude? Are you not trying to speak the language? Are you a problem for the police wherever you go? I suspect probably not, because it's a minority. There is power in words and even in jokes. And I think we can say we should be able to joke, we should be able to do that, but let's listen to, particularly sitting in this room, the impact of what we say on people's lives, because I know I certainly felt it, didn't do sixth form, didn't do any of that. And it was only years later that I thought, actually, maybe I could, maybe I'm not thick. And that's just come from living in a culture where anyone who was born where I was born was thick. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I move on to Councillor Connett, I think what we've got here is a demonstration of, I'm really, really sorry, Councillor Ketchen, we're already over time. Is yours a really tiny contribution? If it is, then I'll add you to my list.
I would add that some councillors have had more time on the microphone than others, and you know, there's something to be said about that as well.
I think that is a fair point. In which case, if you don't mind, Councillor Connett, I'll ask Councillor Ketchen to come in now and then come on to you afterwards. Yeah. If that's all right, if you just want to speak now. And I will.
It's a very quick point. I think most people understand hatred when they've been on the end of it. I'm a doctor, I've worked abroad, I've been the immigrant, I've been received into another country, into another culture, I've been welcomed by most people. Some of them weren't so welcoming, and when they made their comments and you know, I understood what it was to be hated as an immigrant. Now, I'm a big boy and I've get a lot of abuse in my job, which is a slightly different issue, but there's something to be said, as Councillor Bell said, and as Councillor Fry said, to say, I'm not a racist, I stand up against hate. I think, look, you know, everyone's in a minority, not all Scottish people are tight, but we do get everywhere. So, you know, when you see one, just move on and deal with it. The point is, we're all minorities. This can happen to any of you. It can happen to your family. It's insidious. It's like a cancer. And you've got to always work against hate. And I think the comments that Councillor Bell said really sum it up. This is a work in progress. You can never stop and never work too hard against hatred. Don't be passive, be active. Let's make a statement. Devon's a great place. Welcome all. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. So I'm just going to move us on to Councillor Connett, and that's the end of it, and then we're going to go on to the vote. We are kind of already at the 2 hours, so I'm not going to try and limit you more than you would normally, but I'm sorry, say that again? Okay. I will let you carry on.
Well, Chairman, I feel no discrimination from you on time or from Councillor Kitchen in regard to the comment about people speaking quite a lot during the meeting, the way I represent my community, Chair. I particularly want to welcome Councillor Youssef's motion, but I especially welcome the comments from Councillor Stevens. He spoke to something that I personally feel, the right to freedom of speech, the right to be able to offend, the right to be offended, but actually the responsibility to speak with care, with caution, with sensitivity. That if I offend you, it should be because we have a disagreement. It shouldn't be because of any other factor. Some people said, why do we need this motion today? Because we should all be doing this. But the sad fact is people aren't doing this. People are behaving in ways which we collectively, I think, have said we oppose. There was a comment about the road to hell being paved with good intentions. For me, I would say that one of the roads to hell is paved when individual members of society choose which laws they observe and which laws they choose not to observe, the ones they would accept and the ones they reject, because in a democracy like this, we can all campaign to get members of parliament elected and change laws. That's happened, hasn't it? Over time and in time, things have happened once we thought were good, and then we changed our mind. So our right to offend, our right to be offended, but not gratuitously, as part of a debate with sensitivity and with care. So in short, Chairman, the type of country I want to live in is one that builds and safeguards a free, fair and open society in which we seek to balance the fundamental values of liberty, equality and community, and in which no one is enslaved by poverty ignorance or conformity. And that's why, Chairman, I'm going to support the motion. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Saeed, you've already had your 7 minutes and your 3 minutes. No, you've still got 3 minutes. You've got a right to reply to that debate for up to 3 minutes. If you would like to take that, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Quick response, okay? The Honourable, my friend, said he can show this. The British is British, and we all respect the British. And I'm again repeating that we respect everyone, even the migrant worker who is here, who living lawfully here, they're all respecting here. They respect the flag, they respect the British people, the Great Britain, the great, yes, we believe all the great, but nowadays, where's the greatness? So yes, that's why my motion in here, and I support, thank you everyone. And thank you, more appreciated for everyone for supporting, and who is not supporting, still thank you. But this is going to be recorded today, so let's see across the Devon people and see who's supporting and who is not, and who is racist and who is not. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that.
Point of order, please. Point of order. That is not what the vote is for. To say you're against it because you're a racist. I'm sorry, Saeed. What you've said today is really heartfelt. However, what you've just said is against our principles. Sorry.
I did not say anyone to racist. I said respect. Thank you.
Yeah, so somebody mentioned, I think Frank Wiedemann. Yeah, that's what I was going to do, yeah. Okay. Did you want to have a roll call?
Yes, please.
Sorry, I think I'd like an apology for this.
Yeah. I think there was a slight...
I would like an apology. I think that's appalling.
I think it was misheard, but I'm not sure.
Okay, if I'm hurt anyone, okay, I do apology. Thank you. But it makes me really upset and sad today. When I came this morning, I see the bruise with the people and blood, and that's really sad, okay? If I hurt anyone feeling, I'm really sorry, okay? But thank you for your support. Thank you.
So,
I just would like to make my point about something. It's very upsetting that you did say that, Yusuf, because, Councillor Yusuf, because you've just accused us. If we do...
No, I'm sorry, if it needs to be a point of order, Councillor Davis. I mean, I think that what has been clear is that Councillor Yusuf has been quite clear that actually this roll call is not about if you vote against this motion, you are a racist. I think... you will have heard Councillor Yusuf apologise for this, and actually, if that, you know, he has clarified that point now. So I'm afraid this is not a point of order. It is not a point of order. Councillor Davis, I'm going to ask you to sit down, please. You missed your chance because you didn't put your hand up when there was a debate, and if you don't follow, if you don't do that, you don't get the chance to, I'm afraid. So we are already over time. So we're now going to move directly to the vote for whether we're going to have a roll call or not. Those in favour? Okay. Have you got numbers? And if all members could cease chatting while we're going through this process, it makes it easier. Okay, and against? So, abstentions? Okay, that's clearly carried. Thank you. So we'll be doing a roll call vote on this motion. And I believe we're moving directly to the vote. So I'd be grateful if officers could explain exactly how the roll call will work. Thank you.
So we will now move to a roll call vote. I will call your name, and if you can clearly say to me either for, against or abstain, please. So I've just got a number
Just,
of...
if you're leaving, do you mind if you could do that quietly, please, so that we could continue with the business of the meeting? Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm probably going to call names here that have left, so if you're not here, then just bear with me a moment. So, yeah, Councillor Abbott.
For.
Councillor Arnott.
For.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Barry. I think we've... Thank you. Councillor Bickley. For. Councillor Bell.
For.
Councillor Biederman.
For.
Councillor Brazil.
For.
Councillor Brown. Councillor Bukowski.
For.
Councillor Kearney.
For.
Councillor Carson.
For.
Councillor Cockerham.
Is that me? For.
Thank you. Councillor Connaught.
For.
Councillor Connor. I think we've left. Councillor Cockle-Hutkin.
Sorry, I said for someone else. Sorry.
We've got you. So we've crossed Cochrane, okay. We'll just fix that, sorry. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Cox.
Councillor Cox.
Yeah, for.
Apologies, I originally didn't think you were here. Councillor Dawson.
For.
Councillor Dempster. Councillor Eade.
For.
Councillor Fife Cook. Councillor Fry. Councillor Granger. Councillor Hayward.
For.
Councillor Hill. Councillor Hodgson. For. Councillor Hookaway. Councillor Hopley. Gone. Councillor Horner. Left. Councillor Jeffries.
For.
Councillor Youssef.
For.
Councillor Julian. Sorry, Councillor Julian, gone. No, still here, sorry.
No, I'm still here and I'm abstaining, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Keeble.
For.
Councillor Keeling.
For.
Councillor Ketchin.
For.
Councillor Ledbetter.
For.
Councillor Lever.
For.
Councillor Lodge. Councillor McGough. Councillor Mitchell.
For.
Councillor Morgan. For. Councillor Nash. Councillor Raleigh.
Abstain.
Councillor Richardson.
For.
Councillor Rogers.
For.
Councillor Rousell. Councillor Sellis. Councillor Neil Stevens.
Abstain.
Councillor Tony Stevens.
Abstain.
Councillor Trail.
For.
Councillor Thomas. I had crossed off. Councillor Vanstone.
Abstain.
Councillor Wainwright.
For.
And Councillor Wilson.
For.
Thank you. Just give us a moment. Thank you.
So bear with us just while we finish up the counts on that. And so following this, we still have a number of motions which have been submitted, which we will come to, but we're just finishing up with this one first. Okay, and time has gone on.
Chair, that was 35 in favour and 6 abstentions, no votes again, so that's clearly carried.
Thank you. And
will it be recorded how many people left the chamber?
I have no idea who's talking. Who is talking?
Will it be recorded how many members left the chamber?
No, but the vote just is, the votes are recorded.
The names of how people voted will be recorded in the minutes, so if people aren't in the chamber, their names just aren't reflected in any way.
Yeah, okay. So I was just going to say that National Hate Crime Awareness Week is from 11th to 18th of October. I have no doubt we will all be looking out for things that are going on, or that we can contribute, or that we can in some way mark this. So thank you, Councillor. I want to call you Councillor Saeed, but I just know you as Saeed. Councillor Youssef, thank you for that.
Thank you to you, and thank you to everyone, okay? And I'm again doing apology if I hurt anyone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Cottle-Hunkin has removed or dealt with the items that are in agenda item 17. We have now run over the 2 hours which was available for us to talk about motions. So for the remaining ones, there's 18, 19, 20, 21. We're not able to debate those today. Can I just say thank you so much for coming along. You're most welcome. Pleasure to meet you all. Thank you. So we have 18. We'll need to go through these individually, but we'll need to refer these to Cabinet in order to take them forward. So it'll just take a moment. If there's any chance of people staying. No, we're still quorate, so that's all right. Okay. So the first one, can I ask, now who asked? I think actually I can just put forward that.
Yeah, if you just, I think as exercise your discretion, Chair, rather than just not dealing with these, I think it probably would be better if we get the move and second, they're referred to Cabinet, that's in line with our standing orders, then they get dealt with and then they'll come back rather than...
Indeed.
Yeah,
indeed,
so
indeed.
I think just whiz through each of them,
Yeah,
get a mover and a seconder and they're automatically referred.
So can I move them?
I would ask the movers of the motion to move them.
Oh, okay. So the mover of the motion. So Councillor Bailey, are you okay to move that this is referred to Cabinet?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and your seconder, I'm not sure who your seconder is, Councillor Richardson, are you happy for that, please?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so can we vote on this being referred to Cabinet? Oh, sorry, just agree, sorry. Not vote, agree.
That's in line with standing orders, so we don't need to take a vote.
So that is agreed then, I think. Okay, so similarly, agenda item 19, urgent action on pavement vegetation. Councillor Stevens, are you happy for to move the motion this is referred to Cabinet?
Yes, very happy, Chair.
Lovely, thank you very much. And your seconder?
Yes, very happy.
That's terrific, thank you. Councillor T. Stevens, or are you A. Stevens? I'm not sure.
Tony.
Tony, okay.
And I'll stand up next time.
Okay, so is that agreed? agreed? Yes, lovely, okay. Agenda item 20, tackling ADHD crisis in Devon, a call for policy reform and accountability. Councillor Neil Stevens, again, are you happy for this to be referred to Cabinet?
Yes, Chair, very happy.
Lovely, and your seconder?
It's me again, and yes, I'm happy.
That's great. So is that agreed? Yep, great, fantastic. And last one is community evidence in pavement parking enforcement. Again, Councillor Neil Stephen, are you happy for this to be referred to Cabinet?
Sorry, yes, I am happy, Chair.
Lovely, and your seconder?
Yes, I am.
I'm feeling a certain sense of déjà vu here. Anyway, so is this agreed?
Agreed.
Lovely, thank you. That's, I think that's all that we need to do today, in which case can I say thank you all very much indeed. It's actually a relatively light agenda, I feel, in comparison with some meetings I have been to. I have under here a wad of paper of 500 pages for one meeting, which is a distressing thing for anyone to see. So thank you all so much and for bearing with me, and I'm going to close the meeting now. Thank you.